And hello, world. Good morning from Raleigh, North Carolina. We are IBM.TV World News, and I am your host, Kimberly Calhoun. And today we've got a huge lineup started mostly. We're going to do our kids' show like we did last week. And we've got a surprise guest star for our children. Also, excuse me while I move around. I'm used to having my co-host with me and Kit, but sometimes we experience technical difficulties, and so he's trying to get logged in. So meanwhile, I am going to be working with you today and talk to you about our great, wonderful guest. But let's start out with today is Sunday, and it is May 3rd. We call it Super Sunday. Um, some of the things that we should start thinking about with the trends changing with the COVID. In other words, we have seen less new cases. Yay. Thank you for staying home and doing your job. The doctors are seeing less of the rise in fatalities. It doesn't mean that the fatalities have stopped, but some of the things that we learned about is that it's important to have a healthy immune system if we're going to fight this virus. We're hearing great news in discoveries of vaccines, but we can't depend on a vaccine for every virus that's going to be attacking us in the future. And we believe that this is just the beginning of the viruses that are going to be coming after us. I know it sounds like a horror film. I don't know how else to define this. So, but we've had some great and wonderful doctors that have come onto our show, sharing with us, all the different things that they're doing in the research area, some of their great success stories that they have had utilizing just your basic, simple asthma medications. Plasma transfusions have shown great success in helping people recover as well. Again, these are just treatments. Plasma transfusions, plasma is taken from recovered patients and being used in sick patients. And they have shown a great success in that. Do we have anything 100%? No, but so far, 100% of the patients that they have tried these things on have been success stories. So all of these different little things are coming about. We've had doctors share their experiences, heartwarming stories about why it's very important that we still need to stay home, and also just take very, very big precautions in when we visit our families. And as Dr. Art shares with us, hey, you know what? Let's don't go out and become reinfected and potentially kill our grandparents or the elderly people in this world. These people have served our lives for many, many years 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 years. And let's don't bring this disease to them and kill them. Mostly, we know that this is more fatal on people who have a lower immune system or a compromised immune system. People who might have diabetes or asthma. Although we're finding out that people who have asthma and are doing their asthma treatments, it might not be as impactive on them. We're learning that the asthma medication is helping patients with the COVID-19. Again, nothing 100%. These are things that we're just learning about. So don't go out running and telling everybody this is the answer. The real answer, folks, the real answer since day one that we started this show with Dr. Sagu coming on and Dr. Tula and Mohammed. And I just can't, I'm sorry if I miss any of the doctors' names. And then Dr. Art, Dr. Yu. Hello, everyone. I hope you're watching. What we have learned from these people, these experts, is our immune system. And how can we improve our immune system? We improve it by just, getting vitamin D, going out and absorbing the sun. They're finding out that potentially some of the germicide lights UV lights that kill germs can help do this as well. But again, that's sunlight as well, right? Sunlight, they're learning, kills the germs. In fact, Dr. Art says that he's learning to reuse his PPE equipment by putting his mask in the dashboard of his car so that the sun gets at it really, really hot during the day, especially this time of year. And all right, yay! Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I can't hear me, but I can hear you. So
Okay.
I'm sitting here. But anyway, folks, Ankit made it. Yay.
Thank you. Good evening, and I'm sorry to join you a little late, but there's a thunderstorm in Delhi, and I think we are facing some internet issues today.
Well, as we have learned, thunderstorms can cause a huge problem.
I'm using an internet from my mobile right now.
You're using what?
I'm using an internet from the phone and not the broadband.
Okay. I do that sometimes, but then if I start using my phone, it knocks the internet down. Even where I live, and I've got a really good hardwired, but unfortunately, I think we're using cable, not fiber. So every time it rains, my internet's been going down. But also the weirdest thing, every time it rains, our power's been going out, and I don't know why. I mean, that shouldn't be a problem, but I think it's just a lack of people being, working, and all the things that we rely on our day-to-day lives just aren't, supported right now. So, patience, right, Ankit?
And we need to do the monitoring, and we need to support all those people who are working in this pandemic. It's difficult, but still they are trying our best to give them or give us all these services, internet services, because internet is nothing about maintaining those wires on day-to-day basis and fixing those issues. And I think that is, and Kimberly, I was reading an article in the morning, and this is the first time when everyone is using internet. Most of the people are on internet right now because they are at home and they don't know what to do. They are watching movies on the internet. They are doing these kind of calls. They are doing meetings, everything on the internet. So I think we need to come up with some new internet policy so that people can have a much better time using it.
Well, so we can be on too, right? No, I'm just kidding. No, it's folks, just again, it's patience, right? And also have patience with us and even other networks because it's got to be very, very challenging for some of the other anchor people. We've been doing this for a while. We started Pod TV over a year ago, implementing the system over. It took a while for the tools to catch up with us, but they're new at it. I mean, they've got all the best equipment in the world, millions and billions of dollars worth of technology. But even they're struggling because they have to rely on the internet, new lighting. I mean, they're just, they're having the same challenges we are. So, again, what we have been about since COVID started was utilizing our resources from home, hoping to set the example and sharing the information from reliable resources. We've had some great guests. This is what I've just been kind of recapping since you've been gone is one, the importance of the immunity. Even if we feel like a vaccine's coming, since day one, that's all we've heard from our doctors, isn't it, Ankit?
I think vaccines will take time, but the prevention is what we can do at this point of time, and that would be the vaccine for us. And if we just follow the instructions and try to keep ourselves, following that physical distancing, that is more important because vaccine. If the vaccine came, if the vaccine arrives, suppose next month, then we have so many people. It's difficult for everyone to get the vaccine on day one. So we need to wait for a turn, and that also takes a lot of time, and that also requires a lot of social distancing. So we need to plan our, life in such a manner that we take all kinds of preventions, because prevention is always better than cure. That's what we have learned since the childhood. And if we follow the right pattern and the right lifestyle, I think we can still be doing good without vaccines. Although once the vaccine is there, everyone should, as per the doctor's prescription, they should get it done or vaccinated themselves. But that is based on the policies and the government and on the doctors as well. Because you can't decide yourself that whether you have to put the vaccine or not, because uh, I think vaccine when once it's in the market, it will be only for those who are having some kind of symptoms or who are in the COVID-19 situation, not for us, because we are still at home and we are still fine and we are still doing good. We are still happy and doing our IBM shows regularly. So I think we need to plan things accordingly.
I had to share this. Well,
Yeah.
we're talking about, re-entry and things that we have to focus on. I want his get up. I
Yeah.
want that. I want that helmet. I want that. You see my mask, right? One of the reasons why I like my mask, well, of course, his is probably you take the stuff
Yeah.
out, you repack it or clean it.
Yeah.
He was sharing, Dr. Arthur, everybody. This is Dr. Art, our beloved Dr. Art from Clinton, North Carolina. And so here's mine. His is the same, but he's just got different gadgets
Yeah.
on the side. But his is exactly the same. What
Yeah.
makes this great is that this is rubber and you can clean it.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I feel like when I saw him, I'm like, I'm doing it right. Look at his helmet, right? Look at
Yeah.
his helmet. And although he wears glasses, I'm sure that his glasses are also designed for shielding around the, and I have safety glasses as well. But I think if we had the shield where it came down here and around our bodies a little bit, it would be better. I love his little thing, you don't know the power of the dark side. And folks, we don't know what the power of the COVID is, but we need to be prepared. And his testimony, his stories, his information is so powerful and impactful and emotional. His message is the same. Every Dr. Tula, Dr. Sagu, all of them have shared with us, please stay home.
Yeah.
Let us get control of the situation. Do your job. Let us do our job. And then when we do, we won't be reinfected. I love Dr. Art because the way he says it, fine. You want to smoke? Then somebody's going to be wiping your butt. Your kids are going to be wiping your butt in 20 years. It's like, whoa.
He was awesome. I think he was awesome. And I think the conviction he uses while addressing the media or maybe the patients, that is something which is I've never seen such kind of conviction from other doctors. But he is too good. And he knows exactly what he's trying to say and what he's trying to manipulate and what he's trying to hypnotize, because he knows the art of hypnotizing as well, and that's working. And Kim, last day, yesterday, it was an emotional time as well when he broke out. But he also mentioned that he was a very good neurosurgeon, but because he wanted to connect with the patients on day-to-day basis, that's why he opted for family physician. And that's a great story. I have never heard anyone saying that I was a good surgeon, but I wanted to be in touch with my patients. That's why I don't want to do that, and that's the great story. And I think if we get a chance, we need to do an autobiography for Dr. Arthur and discussing.
I agree. He just to talk about going through the studies of becoming a neurosurgeon and then opting to do the other side, that was a lot of work. But you know what makes it kind of great is that if he ever had to, he could, right? He could probably do the surgery. Knowing that you have those skill sets and switching over to do something else gives you a different level of confidence, because when you consult your patients, say for instance, if he ended up diagnosing me with my disease, my neurological disease, he would have had more confidence sharing with me what it is, right?
Yeah.
So, but all the doctors have been fabtabulous. Dr. Sagu, who's sharing with us why we don't need to be obese and how we can figure that out, and Dr. Tula, just sharing with us his experience of having to go into isolation himself. And then sharing his background and experience of why it's so important. One of the things I love about the doctors we've had on our show over and over is their humbleness, right? You're a doctor. You don't have to be humble. It's like, I deal with PhDs every day. They're not humble, but these doctors are. And Dr. Yu, oh my God, he is just energy on. Where does all that energy come from? You're a doctor.
Yeah.
And
But
I talk to him every day, and he's like works. He's like you, and Kit. I don't think he ever sleeps. And I'm like, where does he get all of that energy from? But it's all immunity. All of these doctors, they talk about up here, right?
yeah,
Keeping it positive, your immunity. Um, some of the things that we've talked to you about with some of what would be life coaches and doctors and spiritual ways is our concern now. Even Dr. Toole has shared this 2 or 3 times. Isn't just the COVID now, it's the emotional impact that it's having in people's suicide rates, people's angry rates.
yeah,
Um, my biggest, and I shared this with you and Kit in the very beginning. My concern, I don't know that I shared it with the people until yesterday. My concern was for the domestic violence victims. They have nowhere to go. You know, but before COVID, at least the offender was out of the house maybe a couple hours a day, or they were out moving around themselves, maybe going to work, taking the kids to school. The kids were in school. People don't understand domestic violence. It is, and to hear that it's on the rise is just heartbreaking. I hope that we can reach people, help inspire some good, healthy mental practices and habits,
and
spiritual.
yeah, and I'll tell you, I mean, whoever have, I mean, we have hosted on an IBM TV as guest, they would like to, I mean, help in some way or the other on our domestic violence journey. And if they can do it, because you remember we had hosted Dr. Mansi. So she said that if you need any kind of help anywhere, I mean, she's ready to support it. So as other doctors, and also I got a message from the life coach Meena ji, and she was also asking what to do and all those things. So I think we have a good team. I think it's just that how
Yes,
we
we
can,
do.
yeah. And I think Dr. Arthur can lead that domestic violence thing now, as we have discussed
It's,
yesterday. And I think it will be good for our project, what we were planning to do.
the thing is he knows as well as I do that in this kind of lockdown situation, there's not a whole lot we can do for the victims. Unfortunately, that is a situation that it was better handled when we weren't in lockdown. Um, so because when you intervene, and it's like he said, he's had to get out protective orders himself. You throw fire, I mean gas on the fire, right? There's a fire there, it's aggravated. But the minute an intervention is taking place, it becomes very inflamed. It's like gasoline on that fire, it explodes.
Yeah.
Um, and there's no controlling that mental state of mind, which I've always felt like we approached it wrong, and maybe he'll agree with me. Is that I always felt like if we arrest an offender and lock them up a little bit, they always release them. Usually within 48 hours they're released, and now they're angry. They're just like so angry they go get guns even though they're not supposed to. It's just a piece of paper, a judgment paper, and the damage that is caused is horrendous. So what what I always asked is why are we just releasing them? We know this pattern. We've known this pattern for at least we've known of the pattern socially for 40 plus years, right? So instead of just releasing them, why not make them go to a coffee shop session with the counselor,
True.
right? And not the victim, because they always send the victim to a counselor. I'm like,
Yeah.
maybe the victim needs counseling, but it's that guy that needs counseling, or that woman, the offender needs
Yeah.
counseling. So send them to a coffee shop session, calm them down. Where are you going to go? What are you going to do? How can we help you? You know,
Yeah.
make that their first stop, so that their first stop isn't a gun shop or their best friend with a gun. And because I have horror stories where the guys got out, they go to their best friend's house, get high and drunk, get a gun, and go shoot the family. And yeah, they weren't supposed to have it. You know, they weren't supposed to have a gun. As soon as the protective order is issued, it says you're not allowed to have a gun, but it doesn't stop them. That paper doesn't stop them. So So anyway, enough of that. This is Super Sunday. We're supposed to bring you peace. We've got kids show coming up. Look, folks, look how beautiful this young Isabella is. Let's get her up. And I know our ambassador is going to be joining us, of course, Amici. I think Luna might try to join us. And then we have 3 young children from Texas. And so this is going to be exciting, you know.
I hope the internet will sustain for a while, because that is my worry right now.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing that I tell people is we really, really have to just start getting our minds in place. I mean, everybody's going crazy at home. Even Dr. Tully said, have you noticed how angry people are getting on Facebook?
Yeah.
Even Dr. Tully said this. I'm like, and he said he had to cut it off. And I'm like, I'm the same way. I'm having to really just step back and not, I'm not, you know, I might post something occasionally, but I'm really trying to get back to the power of positive thinking and not post a lot of negative, but just post, you know, how can we find solutions, or, hey, we found solutions. I will say this. I was kind of shocked about my stimulus for my company. You know, they said that it was going to be for small businesses. And I found out from other small businesses, people that shared with me, they didn't get theirs either. So, and I got my confirmation number. That's what bothered me. I got my confirmation number, and you know, but all the big companies got it. And I like David K. Johnson's responses as well. They better show that they paid those employees, because a lot of the companies reported that they fired them or laid them off or furloughed them. So if they got the money, they should write a check to those people. Just even if they're not working right now, if they got the money from the government, they should at least write a check. But
no, they should do.
Even if they're not, I mean, I know they're not producing, but that's different. I mean, my thing is, if the government's giving you money to pay them, you should, right? But if your employees are capable of working from home and they're capable of producing a revenue, and they're not, then that's a different story. You know, and Nick and I were talking about this as well, that, you know, you got to evaluate the situation. You know, some situations you can generate income from home and some you can't. So like the young people who work at restaurants, right? Serving food, they can't generate that income at home. It's just not going to happen. You know, people who serve people at counters, or a lot of the doctors here have had their pay reduced because they had to cut back on how many patients they serve. So, you know, it's just a huge problem. How is it going in India?
So in India, I mean, things are moving up in terms of economy. I mean, so we have divided India into multiple zones. So we have red zone, orange zone, green zone. And in red zone, everything is closed. Only essentials can work. And if someone has some kind of essential in terms of some business which is essential, like maybe an IT company, or maybe a pharmacy company, or maybe a medical store, so they can open it once they have a pass. And then orange zone is where things are moving at 50%. So they have to follow the social distancing, but a lot of things are open in orange zone, and green zone is working as normal as they can. But again, social distancing is very important. So that's what's happening in India. And as far as stimulus is concerned, we never had any stimulus where we'll get money on our account apart from the farmers, basically. So we have a farmer aid program, because farmers generally have a lot of problems in natural calamities and things like that. So they get some payment on and off from the government. But apart from that, there are no payments from the Indian government to anyone in India. What they do is they keep some kind of money for that particular industry and help that industry to survive. But Kim, I mean, I'll tell you, it's always for the big people, basically. It's always for the rich people. They'll get all those benefits, and they'll get all those advantages and aids and things like that. Small and medium industries will suffer, and I mean, after discussing with a lot of economists, I mean, in our previous shows as well, I think that after COVID, the pandemic which will occur to those small and medium businesses will be the economic pandemic, because it's difficult for them to survive because costs are high, they have a lot of expenses, and there are no plans to help them out overcome this situation, and they have to work double the time. They have to work on at half cost, and it will be difficult period. But I hope things will improve. We have to be positive. There are a lot of new opportunities, there are a lot of new vision stories, businesses, but hopefully things will improve, and we have to work it like a team basically. It's like one world. You can't do it with a single plan for a single person. So I think that the way forward is we have to build it based on our economic conditions. And so we have Isabella joining us. And hi.
Hi, how are
I
you?
was just looking for your Instagram message. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to fade out on Ankit, but I think you have my Spencer. I have a Spencer Instagram, and so I think you might have messaged my Spencer Instagram, so I didn't get. I don't know. I'll have to look. But I have several Instagram accounts because we were
Okay.
doing a TV show with IBM, and Spencer was our character, kind of like your character. Spencer was our avatar character for Watson, and
Oh.
yeah, and it never took off because IBM. You know, we spent a year developing it and making Spencer beautiful and talk. I'll show you videos of it. And Spencer got his own Instagram, and actually Instagram was going to like make big things out of him. But then they decided, no, we don't want Watson to be an avatar, and I'm like. So that's the way it goes sometimes, not just in TV business, but also just in business, right? You could put a lot of money and invest a lot of money, and it looks like it's going great, and then they pull the plug. So, but it was a good experience. We still get to keep Spencer. But anyway, how are you doing this evening? Afternoon?
It's afternoon here. Yeah, it's about 4:30 here. It's very sunny day.
You look lovely.
Thank you. We were having a nice lunch after church. We had burgers, and it was very cool.
Oh wow! So what time is church?
Usually around 9:30 in the morning, because we're doing the online thing.
Okay.
So it's kind of whatever time works, but we're trying to make it 9:30. Otherwise, you don't really know when you're going to do it. So we've got a bit of a routine going on a Sunday.
I think it's so cool that church is online now. I mean, I know it's not the same, but just, being able to just still keep that emotional, spiritual message going is good, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think also in a time like now, everyone needs the message of the gospel, the good news of the gospel. Which is incredible that it's reaching more people because we are in a time of need. So it's a nice thing to, away from politics and news and all of this stuff. It's nice to have something a little bit different about something else every week. And it's amazing that it's so much more accessible now because you don't have to drive somewhere. You don't have to, you just literally can sit in your pajamas.
And your little footies. Yeah, I know, right?
Pause and go make coffee and come back. I think I'm getting a bit too used to church online. But
they're trying to do drive-through church here, and I'm just not into that, right? So they have everybody drive their cars up, and it's like a drive-in movie. I don't know if you're too young for drive-in movies, but I'm sure you know what they are. And so it's kind of like drive-in movie, but it's drive-in church, right?
I saw that there's also concerts being done that way.
Yeah.
I think it's a brilliant idea.
Well, why not?
There are a lot of open theaters as well where people watch movies on the driving theater. So they watch movies inside the car and then on a black platform at night. And it's a cool thing, in
South Africa here, we'll have the odd like farmers market or whatever, those venues once a month might do a themed evening where it is exactly like that, a little drive-in cinema theater. So it's quite nice to go back in time and do that kind of thing. It's very sweet.
I love it. That's how I grew up. That's how we went to movies when I was a
Amazing.
little girl. We would
What times we
in
alive.
the car, and we'd have our quilts, and we'd have our popcorn, a big bag of popcorn, maybe 4 or 5, and our sodas, and it was kind of cute. They had speakers you put in the car, these big clunky speakers that you hung on the window of your car. And what an epic time we had, right? And we could watch 3 movies. Like, they would play a kids movie early, and then PG, what we would call PG-13 today, right? You're in a minute, and then an R-rated movie for the adults because the kids should be asleep by now. So there were 3 movies. It was kind of cool. It was very, very cool.
I love that. See, I love having a good coffee. I don't believe that we should have coffee unless it's really good. And in our cinemas here at home, our movie theaters, you're not allowed to take outsourced coffee into the cinema. And I hate it because the cinema's coffee is really bad. So if we're doing a drive-through, like a drive-in cinema, then you can have whatever coffee you like. And that's something I can get behind. Just purely based on the coffee, that's something I can get behind.
I love it. And it's funny you say that. I was just sitting in on a premiere of a new movie that's just been filmed in Italy. And the girl there is complaining about the coffee. Like, is this the best you can do for coffee? And you're talking about it too. Like, I hate the coffee at the cinema. It made me think of the movie that we just were watching the premiere cuts of a new movie coming out. So no, I agree with you. I like taking in my own. So
your own snacks and whatever you feel like eating.
Yeah, and I have a feeling some of our little guests, because I've been trying to send them our links, and they keep not getting our links. It keeps getting back. So because it keeps coming up, not delivered, and I send things to these people all the time, so I don't know what's going on. But because we had 3 new kids, but this is Amishi.
Hi, Amishi. Aren't you so pretty? I love your dress.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, it's a pleasure. How old are you?
Ambassador. She's our ambassador of social manners. For
social manners.
Well, we can do social manners for COVID now, don't we? And can you play it for Isabel?
और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अथू अथू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
Oh my goodness. And that was you, Amishi?
Yes.
That's so good. And you make sure that all of your friends do that, and your family and your mom and your dad all have to do that.
And they have to wash their hands.
Wash your hands. And how long do you have to wash your hands for?
40 seconds.
40 seconds? Where I am from in South Africa, we only have to wash it for 20 seconds. But I think you are right. I think we should be washing it for 40 seconds. Do you have a special song that you sing when you wash your hands?
Yes.
What song do you sing?
I sing coronavirus is too naughty. I know he's in India. I am washing my hands like a good girl or a good girl. I like to wash my hands because they have bubbles. Washing hands is so fun, bubbles. I do 10 times to ruin minds. I don't stop when I'm washing my hands. We don't stop when we are washing our hands. We do like a mother.
Beautiful. And that was, I think, 40 seconds. Beautiful. Maybe you must record another video like your last one with you washing your hands and singing your songs so that people all over the world can sing your song too when they wash their hands.
Okay.
Is that your own song? Did you write that song?
Yes, I do.
You're a
I
songwriter.
just made it myself.
That's amazing. I think you must be the youngest songwriter in the world and the prettiest
a
songwriter.
sister, older brother, a little brother.
Okay, and how old is your little brother?
Huh?
How old is your little brother?
1 year.
That's so small, but can he sing your song yet? Have you taught him your song?
No.
But when he's a little bit older, you'll be able to teach him, hey?
He just said his first word.
And what's his first word? Do you know? It was probably Amishi because you're such a great big sister.
Grandpa.
What was it?
Grandpa.
And what does that mean?
That means Dadu.
Okay, that's very interesting. So, Amishi, I've got a special friend.
Grandfather.
Okay. So that would be your mom's dad or your dad's dad.
That's my both mamas. One of the mama is my Masi. And the other mama is, and my mama is another my sister's Masi. His name is
Okay.
Krishna.
That's very cool. So, Amishi, I've got a very special friend that I think you should meet. Would you like to meet her?
Yes.
Her name is Rosie. So when she comes onto the screen, can you give her a big smile and say, hello, Rosie? Can you do that for me?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to bring her on. Do you want to practice saying hello, Rosie, first?
Hello, Rosie.
Okay, that's perfect. Let's bring her out. And I want you to say it even louder this time. Are you ready?
Hello, Rosie.
Hello, what's your name?
My name is Amishi.
It's so nice to meet you, Anishi. I was listening to what you were saying, and apparently you are an amazing songwriter. Could you sing your song again for me?
Okay. Wash your hands every time. Wash your hands every time. The germs will come out of your hands. Then they will. Don't go when are you washing? But I like to wash because my name is Amishi.
I love that song. That's amazing, Anishi. And I really like how all the germs go away when you wash your hands. Is that how we can stop the spread of coronavirus?
Yes, that's Corona in our house.
Okay, so if we don't want to spread coronavirus, we should wash our hands. And what else must we do?
We must not go.
Must we not go outside?
Yes.
We must stay inside.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
and
the right way.
what about my friends? Can't I go see them?
Rosie, I was just talking about Corona.
I know.
I think what Rosie is asking is, so to protect our friends and everyone that we love, Should we go and see our friends or not?
No.
No. Oh. So we can't see our friends.
Yes.
Okay. But that's because we love them, hey? And we want to
Yes.
protect them.
Yes. Because
Ah.
corona is everywhere.
That's right. And if we want to stop the spread of coronavirus, Rosie, we must stay indoors, like Amishi says. We must wash our hands. We can't go see our friends. And Amishi, if we're at the shops, must we stay far away from each other or must we be close to each other?
But
You must stay far away.
yes.
Yeah. See?
So Amishi, how long have you stayed at home for now?
Yes.
For a long time.
2 minutes. 2 months.
2 months? I think, Anishi, you are doing an amazing job.
Thank you, Rosie.
It's a pleasure, Anishi. So, are you in school? How old are you?
No. I'm old 4 years.
You're so little, but you're so clever, Anishi.
My mama told.
I think you are a very, very smart 4-year-old.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure. So, Anishi, if I wash my hands for 10 seconds, will that work?
No, dolls don't wash their hands.
Okay. So you said 40 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. With your song. Does any other song work?
Yes, they work.
So any song, as long as it's 40 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. I understand now.
So, Amishi, I've actually got a really fun song that I think we can sing, but I'm going to have to put you down for a second, Rosie.
Okay. Anishi, I'm going to come back now and talk to you, okay?
Thank you, Rosie.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so have you seen the movie Moana from Disney?
Yes. I've seen.
Okay. Have you seen it? I think we'll make it. Do it without that. So this is from the movie Moana. I've been staring at the edge of the water long as I can remember, never really knowing why. And I wish I could be the perfect daughter, but I come to the water no matter how hard I try. Every turn I take, every trail I track, every path I make, every road leads back to the place I know, where I cannot go, where I long to be. Do you want to sing with me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. See the line where the sky meets the sea, it calls me, and no one knows how far it goes. If the wind in my sail on the sea stays behind me, one day I'll know. If I go, there's just no telling how far I'll go. I know everybody on this island seems so happy on this island. Everything is by design. And I know everybody on this island has a role on this island. And maybe I can roll with mine. I can lead with pride, I can make them strong. I'll be satisfied if I play along. But the voice inside that sings a different song. What is wrong with me? Do you want to sing the chorus with me? See the light as the sky meets the sea. It's blinding, and no one knows how deep it goes. And it seems like it's calling out to me, so come find me and let me know. If I go, there's just no telling how far I'll go. Anisha, you are such a beautiful singer.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure. So do you like Disney?
Yes, I like Disney so much, but I don't watch it.
Okay, well, who is your favorite princess?
My favorite is Ice Queen.
Elsa?
Yeah.
You know that Rosie loves Elsa. So Rosie, I'm going to bring you back.
Okay.
I think Rosie's got a really cool song to sing for you.
Let it go, can't hold it back anymore. Let it go, turn away and slam the door. I don't care what they're going to say. Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway. Is that the song you like?
Yes, that is my favorite washing song. Not, but it's my favorite movie song.
Okay, because we have to sing your song for washing our hands, and then just for fun, we can sing Elsa's song.
Okay. I'll sing.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea because I like Anishi's song for washing my hands. Anishi, where in the world are you from? What country?
What country? I live in
Wow, that's far away from us. We live in South Africa.
Africa.
Very far away. Do you know what animals are from Africa?
No.
Do you know any animals? Have you seen The Lion King?
Yes, I see.
So, all of those animals, the lions and the elephants and the hyenas, are all from Africa, where I live.
What animals do you have in India, Anishi?
Butterflies and birds, just. And pigeons.
Wow. Do you like butterflies?
Yes, they are so beautiful.
They are. Do you know how they become butterflies?
What?
Do you know how they become butterflies? Because they start off being caterpillars and then go in a cocoon and then they turn into a beautiful butterfly.
Yes, I know.
Ken. Hello, Ankit.
Hi.
What is your favorite animal, Rosie?
Nice.
So, I want to say something. There were some other children that wanted to join us, but the links kept getting messed up. We know technology is having problems, and they're so sad. And everyone keeps texting me, and that's why I haven't been on. But we're going to work harder at it for next week. They were so excited about meeting Rosie and seeing Amishi again, but the links are having problems. So, but anyway, we're having fun. And Rosie, I am so excited to see you.
Oh, I'm excited to see you, Ken. Thanks for having me back.
Awesome. And, I keep, Amishi, what do you think of Rosie?
I think Rosie is a doll.
As a doll. She's a doll. She is a doll. And you know what? I want to vote for her for president because I think she's very smart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And she's got
Me and Anishi can become the presidents.
Yeah, Amishi's already an ambassador. I think she'd make a great president.
Yeah.
What do you think,
And
Amishi?
Amishi is demanding that she also needs a Rosie, a talking doll. So I said you need to learn from Isabella Didi that how you can do all these things because you are too young to do all this.
No, you're never too young. I think if you want to do it, Andishi, I mean, you are already an amazing songwriter. So if you want to do ventriloquism, just practice. Then I promise it'll get perfect.
That's all it takes. So, Amishi and Rosie, what do you guys think about this COVID? I mean, are you guys like doing your good practices?
Yes.
Well, I think now
Boy, that was
you
quick.
go. Anishi, you go.
Rosie, just wait a minute. I want to say a question to my mama.
Okay, I'm waiting.
I love this.
Um,
We're
Rosie,
listening.
do you know R for rainbow?
Say it again.
R for rainbow.
What is
Rainbow?
Rainbows?
R. I'm saying R for rainbow.
Gar from Rainbow. I can't hear her.
Amishi,
R
you
for rainbow.
R for rainbow. He said R for rainbow.
R
I'll
for
put R.
rainbow. R for rainbow.
We're with you, Amishi. Yes.
R for rainbow, and R for Rosie, and R for
Red.
radiant. Red.
Suddenly all the words left me.
I know, right?
A question to you, Rosie.
Oh.
Yeah.
Rosie, I know a question about C. C for clock.
C for clock.
That's her. She's smarter than most of us here on the screen. Anishi, I think you are a genius. Yes. C for clock.
C for
Sure.
corona.
Yes, C for coronavirus. So, Anishi, how do you feel about coronavirus? How does it make you feel?
I feel like corona is in my house.
So it feels very close to home. That it's all around us.
That's very deep.
Sure, Anishi. But I think if you carry on washing your hands with your really cool song, then you are basically a superhero because you're looking after your parents and your little brother and your friends. Exactly.
And also when we have to go back out, we're gonna have to wear.
Question about corona.
What's that, Amishi?
I said, tell me another question about corona.
Oh, ask you another
Okay.
question about Corona. What's the question?
When you go out, do you have to wear a mask like Kinder's wearing?
Unless you wear a
Yes,
mask.
yes.
Okay. And how does the mask help us, Amishi?
How the mask help us?
Yeah, how does it help?
It helps to protect humans from their mouth.
Yeah.
If it come up in their mouth loud, then they can wear it.
Yeah, because you can spread coronavirus from your mouth and your nose, and you can get coronavirus
right.
from your mouth and your nose.
In our house, in our mouth, in our face.
In the
Yeah.
face. it's they're all different kinds of masks. You have to wear the right ones. We'll get one for Rosie.
Yeah, I don't have a mask. I don't have a mask, Anishi. I need a mask.
Don't you think Rosie needs a
That's
mask?
Rosie.
Yeah.
If you want a mask, you can make a mask.
Okay.
We can make a mask. That sounds like fun.
So, Amishi, do you think?
We can just put one. We could take one from the door. One handkerchief and two rubber bands and cut them with a scissor. Tie them and weave them.
There you go. A handkerchief.
I think that you should do a video teaching people how to make their own mask.
Maybe
Oh,
Rosie can help.
Yeah.
So, Anishi, did it okay?
You got it.
Oh, yeah.
I did okay. It's just hard. It's just not hard. It's hard to talk with a mask.
It's hard to talk with a mask. Yes, Rosie.
It
It's
is.
very hard. You sound muffled.
I should be muffled. I say myself.
You look
Huh?
perfect on that mask.
Thank you. It's not corona now. I'm protected.
You're in house. You can get off the mask because you are in house. You are not going anywhere.
Yeah, and me and Isabella are isolating together, so it's fine. Hey, Bella.
Yes, it's all right. So, Amishi, do you think that if you don't have a mask, you can at least wear your T-shirt up like this?
No. That's not good.
It's not good. Why is it not good, Amishi?
Because it hurts you.
Okay, but maybe if you have a scarf, you can wrap that around.
It's not a button.
Yeah, you'll have to walk around like this, and that's not very good, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, it's bad for your neck.
I can make a.
Have you got a mask, Anishi?
No, I don't. But I got we can. I don't go out.
Okay, but because you're safe in your home, you don't need to wear a mask. But when someone else goes out to the shops, they wear a mask. And when they come back home, do they wash their hands nicely for those 40 seconds?
Yes.
That's
This is the
very-
right way.
And do you take your
Corona-
shoes off?
But Rosie, Corona is gone to 3 weeks to open. It's 2 weeks.
Really? Well, when do you think this is all gonna...
2 weeks.
When do you think this is all gonna end? Yes, Kim, well done.
When do you think this is all going to end?
Rosie,
Yeah.
do you know the alphabet?
And again? No, we're not gonna come again.
Amishi, can you repeat again?
You can. Okay. A.
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 A for apple.
Yes, A for apple.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And Anishi.
So we can all become bandits, right? And we'll wear masks like this and we'll look like cowboy bandits.
Rosie, I like your hair.
Thank you. And what color is my hair?
Yellow
know what-
brown.
Yeah, it's yellow.
And I like your tiny. Look,
A
I
little
like
pink
your
bows.
I like your tiny boats. I just have a plastic boat.
Yeah, you see, you and Rosie match.
Yes, Rudy matched me.
So Anishi, every week Rosie puts videos on YouTube, little stories about, we've got stories from the Bible, we've got traveling stories, we've got fairy tales like Disney every week. So if you want to see more of Rosie before you see her live again soon, you can watch some of her stories. And maybe for one of her traveling videos, she can go to India.
We've actually got a video of some of your things, and I was going to play them, but we can play them because I know you have to go, Rosie, because Rosie has a busy schedule. You know, Isabella and Isabella, it's a pleasure to always see you. But can you wrap up before you leave? Can you share with us some of your 3 most important tips you think we children need to know?
Okay, absolutely.
So I think, 1, you have to wash your hands and sing a song for at least 40 seconds while washing your hands. Another tip is physical distancing. So when you are around people, don't stand so close to them so that you can stay safe. And if you do go out, wear a mask. Because when you wear a mask, you'll be super safe.
That's right. We can all be bandits or superheroes,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah, we are all superheroes.
we're all superheroes. And Amishi, do you have a question before she leaves?
When I'm going to come back?
When are you going to come back?
When you come back, I'll come back.
Good.
So we'll
Good.
do it together, Anishi.
And Isabel and Rosie, could you sing us a goodbye song before you leave?
Yeah, I think we should sing the song that Anishi likes most. The snow glows white on the mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen. A kingdom of isolation, and it looks like I'm the queen. The wind is howling like this swirling storm inside.
Couldn't keep it in, heaven knows I've tried.
Don't let them in, don't let them see. Be the good girl you always have to be.
Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Well, now they know. Let it go, let it go. Can't hold it back anymore.
Let it go, let it go. Turn away and slam the door. I don't care what they're going to say.
Let the storm rage on. The cold never bothered me anyway.
Wow. Oh my gosh. That's just beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we've got some people who said that they'll definitely will work harder at getting them on because everyone
Amazing.
but we'll see you next week. Love you guys. And
Amishi, bye. It was so nice to meet you.
Bye, Anishi.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Rosie.
See you soon.
see you soon. You know, one of the things I love is the pure honesty, and you know, we don't edit anything here, right? So the pure rawness and honesty of the children. that we just get to hear, but we also just get to see their movements, right? Just here I am. And again, not edited. That's what I like about this is it's and how honest, right? Just
And, there are
40,
no filters
40
basically.
seconds. Oh no,
Yeah.
no. And Isabella and Rosie just brightened my day, right? And it's very disappointing that the other children were unable to join us. But again, there were some technical difficulties that just could not be controlled. But we're troopers and we're winners in this COVID, and we're not going to let it get us down. And there's always next week.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
always the next time, and hopefully next time we have much more kids and a lot of good discussions with other kids as well.
Oh, yeah. Well, Misha can carry it. So
Yeah. She knows how to answer questions, how to ask questions. She's ready for it.
she's becoming her dad. So she's going to be running your show before it's over.
Yeah.
What are you going to do when COVID is over? I'm going to be running my dad's show. Seriously, I mean, children can adapt really well. And the one way I learned this was when I saw Elliot's child, who could probably barely speak, was crawling and crawled over. They all play chess in their family. They have a lot of children. And that child was like, I'm in on this, because they have a rule in their family that they cannot play chess until they shake hands, right? They have to shake that hand. So he crawls over and just shoves his hand in their face like this and shakes, and then starts moving the piece. He doesn't quite know how to, but he knows you can move, right? I'm in on this. I got this. And I'm going to have to see if I can get a copy of that video and if he'll allow me to share it. And those are some children that might join us as well. But Elliot is quite busy teaching all the children in the world how to play chess and keeping the spirits up and high during COVID. But Isabella and Rosie are just amazing.
Yeah, they're amazing.
And
it's also different art. I mean, it's not easy to manage those arts with two minds at the same point of time, and two people are reacting. And it looks easy, but it's not an easy art. And I think she did a lot of practice, and she's also a star like her sister. I mean, she's a good singer and she's a good performer. And
she's famous. I mean, she's been on the TV show there in South Africa with her and Rosie. She's been all over theaters all over the world, and as a star in the theater world. So it's a world that a lot of people are not, I guess, engaged in. You know, movies, everybody watches movies from home. Theaters, you have to get up and go into a theater and watch. But theater, I love. I don't get enough of because I'm busy. But I enjoy a good theater. I just, I just enjoy sitting there. I don't go to sleep. It goes dark, and that's one place I don't go to sleep. Of course, I fall asleep watching Star Wars, but yeah, we'll have to find out what plays when COVID is over, what plays she's going to do. Her sister Alexandra May has the musical cafe in the afternoon, and I think Rosie's going to make an appearance this evening as well. What a family, right? A talented
family.
And
Kim, I'll tell you, the Alexandra's mother, I mean, she's also very creative, because all these intros and creatives done by her mother.
Wow.
And I think that's very interesting. And I think we should play Alexandra's teaser for today's show, so that our audience would know what's coming up.
Do you have a copy of it?
Yeah. Right here.
I ain't no typical girl. I ain't no typical girl. I ain't no typical. I ain't cheerleading while the boys they ball. I ain't no typical girl. No. I wanna be right there in the middle of it all.
You know, it'd be fun is to have Amishi learn that song. I'm not typical girl, and have her sing that. What's interesting is these two girls are sisters, and both amazing voices, and nowhere near alike, are they? Right? One's blonde.
Today, Isabella was looking like her sister. Generally, they look different apart, but today she was also looking like the way Alexandra dressed up, I think. So,
yeah. But their voice is so totally different, right? You would think, but to hear them harmonize and sing together, I can't imagine. I was going to ask her about church and how they do the music via remote, right? Does the whole crowd and congregation sing like you do in church? And but I didn't get to ask that question. But I can't imagine what their house sounds like on Sunday morning if they're singing the songs. I bet it's just like a chorus in heaven. If I met Isabella's sister in Nashville. So when she was making her big debut and not a bashful bone in that girl, and so much confidence, but definitely well earned, because she can just get up there and sing it. And that's hard to do. People don't understand. That is not easy to do. And if you're not feeling it from the crowd, it's even harder. Like if your crowd is kind of quiet on you. So I'd like to encourage the crowd to please help these talented people feel welcomed, get engaged. One of my favorite things to do, like when we were singing my song live on stage, was when the crowd started singing it with me. Oh my God. I was like, wow, that's what it feels like. That is the most amazing feeling. And I'll never forget the first time we sung it live in front of a big crowd, and the crowd started singing back. The guy behind me, he goes, "Is this your first time ever to do this?" And I go, "Yeah." And he goes, "This is your first song that you ever," and I said, "Well, I co-wrote it with Jim." Yeah. He goes, "And the crowd singing, that's great. Oh my gosh." And I go, "But it felt good." You know how we heard Alexandra share with us how good it feels when the crowd joins you. And the entertainers, that's how they build up their batteries, is because it's exhausting. People don't know how exhausting it can be to get on stage. It's energizing at the same time, but there's a lot of mental work going on there. Is everyone playing the right note at the right time? Is everyone synced? Is the sound working right? Is the strings on my guitar going to break? I mean, there's a million things. And
same goes with the live show as well. There's a lot of things going around. You know that how it's not that easy to manage a live show and doing a lot of other things as well. But you need to go about it, and you need to do it every day, and then you feel that confidence that you can do it.
No, and this is what I tell people. We just we keep going, right? We just don't give up just because somebody can't show up. And when we have doctors that will text us and go, "Sorry, I have a patient." Well, that's more important. We love having you. Come when you can. One of the great things I've enjoyed about our show is the ability to connect people, right? We meet people, and other people see them on our show, and they go, "Hey, I've got masks. If they need masks, connect us." Or someone saying, "Hey, I heard that you've got people who've got rapid test kits. Can you?" And so all of this has just been, to me, a great way to connect people. I'm like, wow, people really watched us, Kit. And I'm finding out that we're really have been, from what people have shared with me, a good emotional and great informational support group for people out there. So that makes me feel good.
Yeah. No, same as me as well. I mean, so see, everything else apart, if you get a small appreciation from someone, and if you're doing something and people are appreciating you, I think this is something which is more important than any kind of other thing you got. And also that goes with the artist as well, because they like when people are singing their song. That's what Alex told last time, that if someone is singing the song, and if I'm saying that, okay, good song and things like that, so those kind of small compliments made the day, because they put a lot of efforts, money, time, everything to get that one song released. and if no one is appreciating about that effort and about the singing and about the art, it's difficult to survive. And you know that these people, they don't work on a pay basis; they work on their performances. It's not a day-to-day pay that they get every time they get a pay. It's all, and this industry is very insecure. You
It's
are up here, and then suddenly you go down. You don't know what to do and how to do and all the things.
well,
So
and
that,
it's all in who, you know, like if you're labeled and you got a record label promoting you, that's millions of dollars generally that's backing you up, and they used to make millions of dollars. And when I hate saying this, when Napster came about, and we've had John Fanning on our show, but Napster killed that industry.
yeah,
So even so, you have your A-list celebrities, and you have what I call the B-list, who are just as good, but they just don't get that promotional right. But they were still making money, right? They would make money off of playing on records with people and stuff like that. But now the only way they make money is live performances. Some people, like we spoke with Grant the other day, he just travels. He suitcases his own show now. He doesn't even have a team anymore because he can't afford to pay them. And he does live performances all over the country, his country. And the same thing in Nashville. People play for tips. Like they'll put their guitar out. You're sitting here thinking, wow. Or they get maybe a little bit of paid gig at hotels and bars. But people don't understand getting that music to the radio. It's not cheap. It doesn't, and it's not like they just sung it. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, it's not like they just sung it once. If you join, Alexander's putting together a writer's round, and if you join us in writer's round, you're going to understand it's a lot of fun to do writer's round, but to really pull that whole music session together for one song, that's a lot of work. And I got photos of the equipment, like the equipment rooms, and in these recording studios, they have to have several pianos, right? And they have to give you those different sounds. They got to have violins and orchestra equipment, and they've got to have guitars and flutes and every kind of noisemaker, drums. Oh my gosh. And you know what's amazing to me? Almost every performer I have gone into those studios with can play at least 4 of those instruments on their own. Wow. And so nowadays, when you hear a song, pretty much one person perform that whole song. So you know, the musicians couldn't just be the star. They had to learn how to do all of that. And so yeah, like Ankit said, if anything, it's your energy, your applause, your comments that reward them as well. So let's reward them, and let's get Isabella going. I've got Isabella's video. Hold on.
So there's one more thing I'll tell you. Whenever you, travel to a place for holiday and you listen to good music, you appreciate it. But there is always a music down the road on a street, that local guy who is doing that music just to earn their bread and butter. That is a very raw music, and that is also as good as the music which you have listened to pay for it. And I generally, whenever you go to those travel places, maybe in Bali or maybe in New York or LA or maybe in Atlantic City, so there are a lot of people doing that raw music on the stairs, on the beaches and things like that, and just to earn that money for themselves. I've seen a lot of these kind of local performances in Hong Kong as well. So they do that at evening time and they collect money for their living. But those musics are very different from the music which we listen on our shows, on our television, because both have a different thing. So those are raw music, which is just came directly from the whatever instrument they are using, and the music which come after the publishing section. So there are 2 different ways of music people generally listens, and I think people enjoy both the music. I can't hear you. You need to unmute.
I'm muted for a reason because I'm getting ready to cut Isabella on, and I want to make sure I don't blast everybody out at first, because her videos are on her Facebook, and I've never played a video on Facebook before. So I wanted to pull it up, pause it, but make sure it's still there. It is. All right. Now I'm going to share it, folks, and we're going to see Isabella's video. Hold on just a second. Very, very talented women. I feel just honored that we've got such a great team here. Hold on.
Rosie, hello! My name is Rosie. Rosie, I've already introduced you to just someone else now. Can I tell a joke? Yeah, tell a joke. Ford, they recently launched a new car called the Zula. Hey, because they know it when we record. Hey, no, that was my punchline. Oh, Rosie, sorry. Just, I didn't know it was that obvious. Hello, it's me, Rosie. I was wondering if you would turn around to the plane to go over everything. They say the time's supposed to heal you, so to do some healing. It's too late to find your voice. It's too late. Oh, but Rosie, all my need loves, all you love your hair and broken dresses, all your perfect imperfections. What is it like the way I love that much? But then you should go and stop yourself. What if you think? And I'm still holding on to something. You should go and speak. Rosie, really stuffed myself? Yeah, I was stuffed in China. Rosie, due to your recent developments, you don't have to go all the way to China. You can get stuffed right here in South Africa. Oh, I don't know if I can. I'm gonna have to see a therapist. Well, Rosie, we can't afford a therapist anymore. But don't worry, my profession, the therapist, has an ist at the end of it, so I can help you out. Don't worry. You can help me out? Yeah. No wonder politicians don't have an ist at the end of it. Oh, shh, I'm saying it. Oh, Nexuna had the E-I-E. Oh, no. He fired all of them in the fit. Now we're in the Rosie. Now we're in the all big Zuma and a pen. E-I-E. Oh no. I think, Zuma, it's time to say goodbye. We've had many lost. Many lost. It's time to say goodbye. It's time to say goodbye. Spaghetti, broccoli, ANC, collie, sorry. Rosie, you can't say that. Dinner. Don't tell me what to say. And don't tell me what to do. I'm having no comfort. Don't put me on display. You don't own me. She doesn't own me. Hey, Rosie, yeah, I think you can actually get out of this. What? You mean we're not stuffed? No, I mean, I was thinking if a man came back, Canada. No, not either. Well, maybe, but I was speaking about Jordan? Yes. If he came back, then you're not stuffed. How can we get him back? Well, if Zuma said, whatever I said, whatever I did, I didn't mean it. I just want you back for good. I want you back. Want you back. Want you back for good. Whenever I'm wrong, just give us a song and we'll sing it. Cause I just want you back for good. I you back, want you back, want you back for good.
Well, there you have it. Oh my gosh, people. What a show. Oh my gosh. We are so going to her show.
We have to do a live show with her. Live not means on the television, but live means on the
On stage. We're going to have to book her to India. We're going to book her to America.
Yeah.
We're going to book that. I'm going to tell you what, I was so mesmerized. Like, how does she do that? Like, you know, I'm just like, I almost feel like Rosie's real, right?
Yeah, certainly.
And what a show, right? What a show. Rosie talking back. Go stuff yourself.
You can do it.
I just, you know, and I think that's funny because she's a doll, right? And a doll stuffed. So anyway, I think it's her talent in skit writing. And, you know, a lot of what she probably has to do sometimes is ad lib because sometimes you have to read the crowd. There have been many times I even go to speak and I have my speech all together and I read the crowd and I go, this is the totally wrong speech. And I just flip it and do something else. But that's what you call experience and practice, because if you practice enough, you can switch, right? And but to get up there,
and I think you need to learn the art of understanding or art of, maybe reading the minds of what people would like to listen. And also you need to feel their environment as well. If you don't feel their environment and just say whatever you want to say, that doesn't work every time. It might work, and it's not a TED talk that you plan a certain thing and you have to present it. Sometimes you have to do a lot of improvisation things. And I'm a believer that you have to improvise a lot of things. You have to do it, at a moment, basically. You can't plan for a lot of things that I have helped discuss these points. That's what we do on our show, basically. We never plan that we have to discuss all these things. We just come at, we do a lot of readings. We watch a lot of, news and all those things. That just to know that we have enough information and sources. But we never planned. We don't have a script. We just do it as an improvise, and then and that's how we are running our show. And I think audience are liking it. Because we are getting a lot of comments and viewers around the clock, around the world, and I think that is what we are earning as of now.
Well, the thing is that we can go with the flow because we're educated, and education is very, very important. It's very valuable, but we don't stop our education at school. As we cross that door, we continue our education by continuously reading. And David K. Johnson couldn't have said it any better. The best writers are the ones who read the most. And like Ankit said, we do a lot of reading. We do a lot of watching of what's going on out there. I like to know what the media is saying, even though I don't like to watch it. I like to know what they're saying so I can understand what the people are hearing and what they believe. And because the people are going to believe almost everything the media tells them sometimes. So just awareness, right? If anything, if you look at the ABCs of all of this, awareness is very, very important. If we're going to play that game that Amishi and Rosie were playing, A is for awareness. Amishi was getting good with that. You better watch out. You're going to be playing that game all day long.
So we play a lot of games. Since she was 1 year old, we started doing a lot of impromptu stories at night at bedtime.
Oh, yeah.
And those stories are all fantasy stories. So Spider-Man is helping dinosaur, and dinosaur is helping an elephant, and things like that. So initially I started a story, and now she wants to learn a lot of stories, and then she narrates the same story to me after 5 minutes without stopping.
Wow.
In her own way. So that is what Amishi is. And she's always, so that's why I told her, you are a storyteller and you have to do all these things. So we need to prepare our children and we need to adapt whatever they want to do, and also try to help them out. in their learnings and things like that. And we are not rushing about the studies, because a lot of students are doing a lot of studies with mathematics and things like that. But we are letting her open to do a lot of other creative stuff apart from the basic studies, so that she knows what's going around. And that's why she's, I mean, how is she? I mean, she's more talkative and she's very impromptu and she speaks fine and things like that.
She's confident and she's not bashful, and that's good. That's just good parenting. Because and some children are a little bashful, and that doesn't mean it's bad parenting. It's just it takes a child a little while. I find the children that read the most will have a good foothold on confidence. That reading is very, very important. And like you said, just making up stories, taking an item and just making up stories. I did that for years. My dad taught me that. Communicating is very, very important, and teaching them not to be afraid to communicate. And maybe that's something we can teach on the next kids show, is not to be afraid to communicate. Because I think that's what happens as we get older. We get afraid to share our feelings, and we are afraid to communicate. Oh, Dr. Yu wants an invite. He wants to come on the show. Huh?
I did it, yeah. I sent it. I'm having some internet issues, so I think I'm not getting emails on time, but I've already sent it.
Okay. So I know he is it's just interesting. It seems like every invite I'm sending is dropping. So I don't know.
So from yesterday onwards, I'm facing some internet problems, and the internet is not consistent. So I don't know, maybe there was.
Well, it's really weird, because I had all of these kids lined up all week, and then I send out the link, because you don't want to send the link too soon in case something goes wrong. And so I send out the link starting yesterday, and I sent out some on Friday, and I didn't realize they weren't going through. I send them and I just go. But it was just, and I looked down, I go, where is everybody? And I realized nobody got their link. And there is Dr. Yu. Can I call you Dr. Phillip? Good morning, sunshine.
Good morning.
Are you there?
I think Dr. Yu is angry.
Is he angry? Are you upset?
Can you hear me?
Hear you.
We can't hear you.
Oops.
Can you hear okay?
I can hear you now.
Here, let me move the computer. Good?
Yeah,
much
good.
better.
Are we good?
How are you doing? I can't.
I'm pretty good.
I'm not supposed to send
I'm doing my grounding. Look, I'm grounding, barefoot in the grass, right?
Wow, that's nice.
So.
Oh wow, that's pretty
Sunshine,
cool.
vitamin D. Yeah.
I'm having
This is how we kill the virus.
So Kim,
It's
can
free
you
electromagnetic field.
Dr. Yu really, because I think there's some problem with the video. It's not coming well. Is it
Let
the
me
case?
move, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, usually he comes in real clear. He's grounding himself.
Well, I'm outside, so yeah.
It's all that
How
grounding.
about now?
Much better.
Good now? Okay.
Ankit, can you see him better?
It's not that clear, but better than before. But it's not that clear.
Uh-oh. There you
Is
go.
it better?
Yeah, now it's better. Yeah.
Much better. But I like your grounding. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I do the same thing.
Well, there's a couple things I wanted to share.
Thank you.
One is, did you know we almost got hit by an asteroid a few days ago?
Really?
Yeah, let me show you the video. Okay, so let's figure out how I can share my screen.
So are you on a phone? If you're on a phone,
No, I'm on a computer. Yeah.
Okay.
Share screen. I'm gonna click share screen.
So then when you do that, it's say yes to whatever, and then you got your choices of application window,
Or
and something
entire
else.
screen. Yeah.
Right, and then whatever you click at the very bottom left-hand corner, there's a little teeny tiny button that says share audio so that we can hear the audio.
All right, so I'll click entire screen. And I don't see the little audio button though. After I click share, audio will pop up.
No,
It's there. It's there. Yeah.
Yeah, but the question is audio there.
So I'll tell you, if the audio is not coming up, if you go to the browser and right click on the browser tab, you'll find the audio option.
Let's see. Well, let me share the video and let's see if it'll play.
Fertilized or
Can you hear her talking?
Yes.
Yeah.
outside the norm.
Okay, great. So let me share the video. Now watch this. So 1998, that's the name of the asteroid. Look how close it comes to the Earth.
Wow.
And
Wow. Wow. Oh my
when it
God.
happened, when it happened,
A few days ago. I'll show you the news video on it. But
my gosh.
no, there's no news on it. Everyone's focusing on the coronavirus. And here we are, we're almost hit by an asteroid. Can you believe that?
Wow.
That's crazy.
I'll send you that video clip.
What day
later.
was that?
My friend Dr. Zahur from Pakistan sent me that. Hold on, let me show you the video clip on that. So asteroid, Earth. Watch this.
It's been a nightmare in Hollywood blockbusters for years. Asteroids hitting Earth. Or at least threatening to do it.
I want to know why we didn't see this coming.
This morning, our own close call. A giant asteroid buzzed past Earth, missing us by about 3.5 million miles. Sounds like a lot, but in cosmic terms, that's too close for comfort. About 15 times the distance of the moon from the Earth.
So it's not going to pose any hazard to us, but it's a reminder that there are objects that are out there that are large, that could potentially cause a threat.
The giant rock, according to NASA, has a diameter of about 3,200 feet. That's just about the height of the Empire State Building 3 times over. Space watchers say they've been monitoring this asteroid for years and never feared it.
Space is really big, and the possibility of one of these objects ever coming close enough to actually hit us and cause a problem is really, really low. So we're not in any danger at all.
Asteroids this size can do serious damage. If one hit Earth, it could set off a nuclear winter with all the dust it would shoot into the atmosphere, destroy everything around the impact zone, and set fire to part of a continent. Just ask the dinosaurs. Their mass extinction is blamed on an asteroid strike 66 million years ago. Well, after that scary video there, we've got some good news this morning. We're in the clear for...
All right. So did you see that okay?
That's surprise news. I mean, no one is aware about it.
Now the problem is I got to find where you guys are.
Why?
After they share the screen, I can't see you guys anymore.
I'll get it. Hold on just a second.
Let's see. Should I say stop sharing?
Yeah, stop sharing.
Okay.
Anyway, that reminds me of Armageddon, right? With Bruce Willis.
But Dr. Yu, I think you opened the Chrome browser. So if you open Chrome, you'll be able to find it out.
Here we go.
And there's a recording icon on the top of the tab.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
So it reminds me of Armageddon.
Well, you know, it's interesting. There's a theory that the reason why everyone was told to go on lockdown, it's a crazy theory that the coronavirus doesn't really exist. It's that it was made up because they knew the asteroid might hit us, right? And that might cause a thermonuclear reaction and block the sun and cause radiation and, you know, a global winter. Because coronavirus, everyone's stocking food and toilet paper, right? So they say it was a world decision to let's instead of making a panic, an asteroid's gonna hit us, let's just make a panic where it's more of a controlled panic where, oh, this virus is coming, everybody start quarantining, and then everyone's going to make preparations you know, food, water, essentials, shelter. And a lot of people, like rich Hollywood actors, they went to their bunkers, right? You've heard of that. And some are really extravagant. They look like resorts.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just a crazy theory. It's just, what a coincidence. Just a few days ago, during the height of coronavirus, this asteroid almost took us out.
I know,
Yeah.
right?
So here the world's focused on corona, and this huge corona asteroid almost took us out. And it's not in the main news. It's crazy, isn't it?
I mean, none of the media news around the world is covering such news, and it's strange. I think,
Or maybe
I
they don't want to
covered anything from NASA as well. I fortunately I was viewing a NASA live series on the satellite, and that time also I didn't find anything on about that basically.
NASA didn't even show it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
NASA was, or they did.
I think they didn't want to create a panic. Man, the
Maybe.
lighting is horrible in here. But you know, but now that it's over, why don't they publicize it more? Isn't that crazy?
It's because they're making too much money off of COVID. There's
Yeah.
unfortunately we're draining. We were talking about this yesterday. We're just literally sucking the life out of ourselves with this. So if you want to look at conspiracy theory, that to me they're just sucking the life out of us until we just can't think anymore. I think it actually, if you want to see conspiracy theory, I think it's a way to enslave us. You're going to knock us down economy-wise. We're going to owe so much money in loans.
Hey, truth is not conspiracy. They're just facts.
That's the fact is they're giving us loans that we will never be able to pay back, just like student loans.
What do you mean loan? What do you mean you'll never pay? You got to get the loan first, you know? Yeah.
Well, first off, there's the loan, and then there was the PPP, right?
Yeah.
So the PPP, I actually, got the confirmation notice. Yeah, you're going to get it. And I just got my letter today saying, sorry, we
Really?
took it all away.
Well, I didn't get a confirmation. I got a letter from my Chase Bank. We've submitted it to SBA. And I applied weeks ago, and a few days ago, we submitted it. And I also applied for the Emergency Disaster Relief Fund.
Mhm.
And they said, oh, yeah, we just submitted. I just got the email today. It's like, yeah, but then you hear of Ruth Chris getting 20 million and
And they don't have any, but here's what bothers me. They fired and furloughed all their employees. So what are they going to do with that money?
Because of bad publicity, they gave it back, you know.
Well, they gave it back because they were told to.
Oh,
But,
really? Yeah.
yeah, they were told to because they didn't have any employees. That's what my argument was about the stimulus was all of these companies that were going to get it, they fired their employees. So who are they paying? Who is the money going to? Because the money, the PPP was for payroll. Nick and I talked about this. This is what we try to tell people. Don't take that money unless you're paying people with it, right? But it's for payroll. It is not for operations.
And you got to prove it. And it has to be the same payroll as your last 3 months of statements. I mean, they're going to be really picky, you know.
I don't know that they care as long as you're paying people, right? If you're paying people an income, I don't know how much they care about that. But the thing is don't sit there and fire everybody and take $20 million of payroll funds and pocket it.
Yeah.
That is not ethical. It might be legal, but it was not ethical. And not when there are small companies. Here's the problem. Small companies like yours and mine, they're not getting any money because they gave it all to the big companies.
Yeah.
But that's not the way the stimulus was written. Nick even kept saying, oh, it's from bottom up. It's from, and no, it wasn't. I got my letter that said, we're sorry.
Yeah.
We got, mine was filed on April 6th.
Just to shift over, I'm going to share the screen again because I'm in the middle of this vaccine roundtable. I want you guys to be part of it. So let me share the screen here. It's going to be exciting. I mean,
yeah.
John F. Kennedy's nephew's in it, Robert Kennedy Jr. Yeah, well, let's get in. So, Dr. Rashid Buttar. Yeah, he's great too. So I'm going to share the screen. Let's see. Now that we know what we're doing, entire screen, share. Let's hope the audio works, and let's get in.
Normal tissue because of all the immune responses.
Can you hear it?
So for instance, in
Yeah.
2009 when we isolated. You have to isolate a virus that's not growing very fast in a tissue that has a lot of immune function. So when you find a cell line, this is how we grew the XMRVs. We grew it in a cell line called LNCAP, lymph node cancer patient. It was a 62-year-old man who had an aggressive prostate cancer, and this virus family was first associated with prostate cancer in people that didn't have a degradation enzyme, a Pacman enzyme called RNA cell. So that's the whole subject of our first book, and how we found this in families with other cancers, autism, chronic fatigue syndrome. So it's the immune compromise. So in order for these cells, the cell lines, to grow outside the lab, and see, they're not tissues, they're continuously growing cell lines that you can grow up in a ferment. And they're lacking. LNCAP was lacking an RNA cell, and it was still hormone responsive. So you could drive growth factors. So it's really fascinating when we learn what about the molecular. So we knew VeroE6. So I went in there knowing what VeroE6 was with respect to HIV/AIDS and SIV coming from that. And the reason you can propagate it and grow it to high numbers is because the cell lines are immune compromised. That's an immortalization or a transformation, making them a cancer, making them grow outside the body. They will only grow several passages if you take a primary cell. So it's a virus factory.
I'd like to jump in here because it's really fascinating. All this stuff is extremely interesting, and I'm honored to be on this panel. I think I'm the only one here without a doctorate degree of any kind. Maybe, I guess Bobby's a lawyer. She has a degree there. But anyway, I just want to make this point that we still have, people out there that are watching this trying to understand how does this affect me and what can I do about it. And I think that the most important thing that people need to understand with COVID-19 right now is whether or not this is a bioweapon, whether or not it's escaped from a lab. What we do know is that if it's a bioweapon, it's a really bad one. It is not killing people in any sort of way that warrants the quarantine that we're going through, that warrants the shift in our, in our constitutional rights in all the nations that are going through this. We should not be having surveillance programs. We should not be having drones follow us around. We don't need to have mandatory testing. All of that, when you hear what we're seeing is, it's really fascinating to scientists, right? Even Deborah Birx right now, we shouldn't be locked down, but she now wants to track what is an asymptomatic carrier? What does that mean? What it means is healthy people are having almost no symptoms at all. If you want to track them and figure out what that means and how this virus is moving, go right ahead, but do it while I'm back at work. Do it while we are no longer destroying the economies of the world. You want to geek out on it, that's fine. The problem is that none of the scientific professionals have been driving our response or admitting they overstepped and made a huge mistake and overreacted to something that will probably be a little more deadly than a flu. But then again, many of those deaths, I would say most of them, were because we misdiagnosed what it was. Or azithromycin, or even intravenous vitamin C. These are all things. I think Tony Fauci built us an incredible way of blindness to such a dream to make this about the forced vaccination. The children, but for all adults. WHO has been stating that this is its goal for the last years, saying that it's public health. So all of this, whether it was done on purpose or whether it's just taking advantage of a situation.
Oh dear. Oh no.
Oh my God.
We'll be back because that's what I love about Dr. Yu. He knows how to do this. We don't have to teach him how. He knows. Yeah. He knows how to get back on.
He's a Superman.
0.1 to 0.3% that, you know, are having very acute responses, and then maybe 5% that are going to get very sick but are having, you know, no long-term reactions. But I think we should be demanding more from our scientific body to deal with treatments in the here and now, instead of making us wish on what I call the vaccine unicorn out 18 months from now, because 18 months from now, we will have no economies in the world. It will have been Armageddon. There is no life out there. And I equate this entire thing like a car that's gone off a bridge. You're in the car, it goes off the bridge, it's sinking to the bottom of the ocean. You know, if you watch, you know, we recognize you got to get out of that car as soon as possible. And what we have is Tony Fauci sitting in the car saying, we got oxygen now, we've got oxygen now, we got to stay in here. The longer we stay in here, we sink to the bottom, the less likely we get back to a place where we have the world we knew before we went off this bridge. That's what's got to happen. This thing is not killing most of us. Herd immunity is imminent in nations that did not lock down. We are even probably closer than we thought, because the widespread, you know, it does seem to be very viral and able to spread fast. So I think what we should be doing is, how do we protect that very small group of people? Let's get treatments for those that, you know, if they're out there, let's get those treatments in the hands of doctors, and let's all move forward and stay away from these draconian measures and a future. Here's what I want to say. Everyone that's on this panel right now has been accused of being a conspiracy theorist. A year ago, every one of us was on a top list of conspiracy theorists that were saying things like, they're going to try and force vaccinate every adult in the world. They're going to try and microchip you. They're going to, you know, have identifications, maybe link the microchips with a tracking where you are, tracking your vaccines, you know, and also tracking your health. They may be tracking your phones. Well, all of those things are now being stated by head world leaders, Australia, America, Tony Fauci, Bill Gates are all saying, I want to microchip you so that I can see if you have a vaccine and be able to track you. We have your cell phones telling us how close you are, and whether you're hugging or kissing, we're going to know about it. We're phones from China to fly over us and check our temperatures, and they're all saying we will not get back to normal until we have our forced vaccine for all of you. So here's the newsflash. This is no longer a conspiracy. This is a reality. I mean, this is no longer a theory. It is a conspiracy. It is a conspiracy by a very small group of sick people. You know, Tony Fauci, Deborah Birx, Bill Gates, the WHO, and a couple other outliers. Besides that, the body of science, virologists, mathematicians, you know, all the modelers of the world, they totally disagree with this approach. They disagree that this vaccine is dangerous. They're totally against draconian measures. So the scientific world is now no longer a consensus. Most of it's on our side, and we all know it's no longer. There is a conspiracy going on between these individuals, and all we have to do in our society is say, is this the world we want? Because they're laying it out for you. They want forced vaccinations for you. They want to microchip you so they can make sure that they know what your health status is wherever you go. They track your cell phone, and they're probably going to have drones flying over you, checking your temperature, seeing where you're going all the time. All you have to decide is that the world you want to live in or not. Not whether it's going to happen. That is the plan by this group of people. But guess what? We outnumber them. We outnumber them in a major way. And this is all that most of us here have been hoping for. That enough people would recognize that this sick, twisted group of very strange people that see the world in a really dark way are trying to take over. All we have to do is say, yeah, not today. We're all standing together where you like vaccines or you don't like vaccines. I think we can all agree you should have a choice what's injected in your body, and you should definitely have a choice whether you're microchipped and tracked and all this. I don't think anyone in this world wants that. So let's stand together now and stop this now.
Can I say something to it, and Charlene?
So
just add something to. I'm sorry, Sherry. You want to go?
I was just going to say, what you saw. Least February 2015. It was after Bill Gates started the decade of vaccines in 2010, and halfway through they went, oh, wait. A theory. We've known it. We have the 57-page document that tells us what the plan is. I got a document that got sent to me earlier today from CDC.gov that tells the number of deaths in the United States from coronavirus from February 1st to April the 11th. The documented known number of cases of death by the COVID ICD-9 code of U107.1 is 11,356.
Wow.
11,356 pure deaths only from COVID-19. The next column over is pneumonia, influenza, and possibly related with COVID, 54,200. So add those two numbers together, that's 65,000 deaths. And the next column says deaths from all other causes between February 1st and April the 11th is 569,400. So not even 10% of all other deaths were caused by COVID all by itself, 11,500. COVID plus pneumonia plus influenza, 54,000. Not even 10%, and we've decimated the world over that. Decimated the world over that.
Sherry, one thing that's really interesting though, look at the incidence of cancer, heart disease, and trauma. The one thing that's good about this that nobody's talking about COVID-19 is that the death rate from cancer has gone down, the death rate from heart disease has gone down, the death rate of people falling out of planes without parachutes has gone down.
And the incidence of SIDS is down because we're not vaccinating the kids.
Exactly.
Our great gal who's head of our public health department here, this Dr. Anton, said, "Oh, we have." And Governor DeWine came out with his 2 o'clock thing today, saying, "Forget everything what I said about social isolation. About you have to go to the doctor. You must go to the doctor. Particularly parents need to be going to the doctor to vaccinate their kids. And if the pediatricians don't want them in the office, then the pediatrician should go vaccinate them in the parking lot."
Well, the one thing that I want to mention here is a lying at home because they don't want to go to the supposedly hospital system to go to the hospital because they don't want to catch COVID-19. And those statistics aren't being talked about. Statistics are going up. And this is another important aspect.
I'm going to say something. This is kind of the logical fallacy in the whole quarantine. Again, I'll go back to CNN. They keep saying, well, Donald Trump should do what the science says. The problem with that is the scientists they're talking to is Tony Fauci, the neurologist. So Tony Fauci theoretically can tell you the best way, how many people are going to die from coronavirus at each given scenario, and the optimal way of minimizing those deaths. He has, as a statistician, as a virologist, he has the training to do that. He does not have the training to do a risk assessment of the quarantine, which is what Ashid was talking about. He cannot tell us how many people the quarantine is going to kill. He can tell us how many people the coronavirus is going to kill. There's very, very good data that show that it is decades and decades old. It is universally accepted, non-controversial, that says that every 1 point in unemployment adds about 37,000 deaths. So those deaths come from suicide, about 900 come from suicide, about 9,000 come from heart attacks. They come from stress. And in addition to that, there's about 4,000 extra additional people for every point in unemployment who go to prison, about 3,300 who go to mental hospitals. The book that did these very, very comprehensive analysis was written in 1982. So you can almost double those numbers because the population has increased since then. So if we're looking at now 30 additional points in unemployment. We're going to go from a 3.5 to unemployment to a 35 unemployment, more greater than the Great Depression. And what that means, if you multiply 30 times 37,000, is about 1.1 million. So the worst outcomes for coronavirus are now about 74,000. You know, the very worst case scenario is around 100,000. Well, this is 10 times the number of people who will be killed by the quarantine. And that's just from unemployment. It doesn't consider the other thing, the other parts of this quarantine, the disruption of the supply chain for medications, the disruption of the supply chain for food and food production, the delayed non-emergency medical care, or cancers, or hypertension, diabetes. That's going to kill a lot of people. Nobody has done that risk assessment. And when CNN says, we need to follow what the scientists say, they're only asking one scientist, and he's a virologist, and he has no capacity to make a risk assessment of what unemployment and quarantine and disrupted food supplies will do to death, mortality, and morbidity data nationwide. And that is a critical question that has to be answered before we adopt a policy that is as cataclysmic as putting everybody out of work in this country for 3 or 4 months.
Guys, I just wanted to add, Ty and I, we have a really nice guy that comes and works on our air conditioning. So we opening it up for the summer, getting it all clean and everything. And so he comes into our house to what you're saying, Bobby, and panel here. He comes into our house and he shakes, Ty extends his hand to shake his hand, and he said, wow, you're going to shake my hand. And Ty said, yeah, why not? And so they got into the COVID, and they were talking a lot about the things that we're talking about here, the pandemic and the quarantine, and is this warranted? And what is quarantine anyways? I think that in the past, quarantine was you put people that are sick in a safe place, but now we're quarantined well people, which really does not make sense. So we got into that with this friend of ours. And so the friend has a best friend that lives right here in our hometown, and many of you have been to our house, so you know where we live. And his best friend contracted COVID-19, and he got well. And Judy, I think I was talking to you about this the other day. So the man got well, completely better, and he's a local contractor coming to people's homes and helping them with various items in their house. And right now he cannot get work because the locals think that he's a leper almost, that if they get around him, they're going to get this dreaded, terrible disease. When in reality, we know there's a lot we can do. Dr. Masarji shared some of the things that we can do to treat it successfully. We're seeing high success rate with various treatments. But there's this perception that COVID equals death, kind of like what we talk about with cancer. Cancer, when you don't know the truth, you feel like, oh, okay, we're going to die. And that's just not the truth. So the man that couldn't get work, he doesn't have a family. His parents have been deceased. And he's been forsaken by all of his friends except for this one friend. And he killed himself. He killed himself because he couldn't get work. He had no money. He had no fellowship with people because he's been isolated, and nobody wants to get around him because they fear what he had that he's recovered from, the COVID-19. So
the safest person to be around.
Yeah, it's one of many examples of what Bobby is saying is absolutely right. The quarantine, from what we're seeing, is causing a lot more damage, not only economically, not only financially, and the destruction really of our economy, not only ours, but worldwide. It's shocking. But the lives, these people, everyone are so precious.
I said when this very first started, so way back 16 years ago when this started, doesn't it seem like it's been that long? It seems like it's been going on forever. I said from basically the first week when they started talking about quarantines and shutting everything down, I said, this has nothing to do with this big fat nothing burger virus that you just watch. Mark my words, it's going to turn out to be like that, which is that whole article that I wrote on Baxter of, same playbook, different virus. This is the same time we've done it. This is economic warfare. This is about taking down the middle class. This is about probably some economic warfare types of things that are far above my pay grade to really understand. But this is really economic warfare. And the more this goes on, our governor just said today, we were supposed to open up today, May 1st here in Ohio. Oh no, we're going to do this for another 30 days. And I just said, we're toast. The whole state, 9.7 million people, we're done. It breaks my heart when I leave my house to drive to where I go to the grocery store. I drive by a mall and there's like a bunch of little strip malls right there. They're all boarded up. There's no cars. I mean, there's no people on the road. I know a lot of these people who are business owners. I mean, they're done. And another 30 days, the whole state is done. Maybe the whole country is done. And I can't understand how people have rolled over and given up their liberties and given up their freedom so quickly over nothing. I mean, anybody that has a phone these days is a citizen journalist. They see what's going on, but yet people are so terrified by this.
Good evening, Dr. Talwar.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Talwar.
Good evening. How are you, Ankit? How are you, madam?
Fine, and thank you for joining us. Before we get started, I got to say something about that video real quick because, you know, dead on some things when you talk about facts, Dr. Yu. But Ankit, what is my position when people start complaining about their privacy rights? What do I say? Get over it. Your privacy was gone when you got this. They have been watching you since 1960. I helped build some of the very first. It was a switchboard. They were listening to you. Hello, Sarah. Can you connect me to Aunt B? Believe me, Sarah listened to everything. Then we went to step switches, and we could easily dial and connect in to any phone call from one place to another. The government always had that ability. When we went to digital, your privacy was gone. Dead on. But the worst thing now is when you sign on to any app on here, when you sign to anything on here, you waived your right to privacy. We will be having probably one of the world's best privacy
Certainly they have used Sphere.
will share with us. But get over the privacy thing, people. And yeah, microchip. If I weighed the risk versus the benefits of putting a microchip in my body, and I'm not going to worry about my privacy because I waived that a long time ago. I'm going to put the microchip in for one reason and one reason only, is that if it's going to be able to test my immunity, my fat cells, my good cells, my bad cells, and tell me when I'm not doing right, that's fine with me. I'm not afraid of technology, and I'm not afraid of privacy because I was there and built systems, and they're only going to use it when they want to. They're only going to use it and check because there are billions of people and trillions of phone calls and trillions of data being collected. They're only going to use it against you when they want to. So Big Brother doesn't give a hoot what you do most of the time. He really doesn't. But as far as economically enslaving us, I agree. I think this whole thing was, if it were a conspiracy theory, I think it was designed to economically enslave us because we're already enslaved when we get out of school. College, you're enslaved with that debt that you have to pay the rest of your life. So that means you have to work hard. Sometimes, even if you're a doctor, sometimes 2 or 3 jobs, get creative to pay back that debt. So I agree that the top 1% something. But anyway, Dr. Yu, thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you. So Dr. Talwar, this is Dr. Yu. He's from out of LA. His expertise is stem cell. Can you share with us a little bit about, share the viewers about you?
Dr. Talwar, can you hear us?
He's trying.
He's trying to do some setup, I think. I think there's some problem with the connection.
We'll give him a minute. I have a very low threshold with people who, as you notice, my privacy. Okay, get over it. Get over it. You never have privacy. This is the whole time I'm listening to that guy going, I just want to yell at him. Get over the privacy thing. Everything else I'm down with. Get over the privacy. I'm surprised that the government's allowing
surgery years ago, historically.
Can you mute the video?
Did you ever come across that one where there was an old lady coming suffering a abscess and she was dying and she pulse was racing and
no, so but he needs to mute.
You'd open her up on the table and you pierce this huge abscess and this foul-smelling.
I'm doing that.
Dr. Talwar, can you hear us?
I'm having a hard time. Just give him a minute. Let him come back. Dr. Yu.
Doctor, you are watching the video, so he's.
I think what we're seeing now is laudable cuts, because in the end, we will expose this for what it is. That's my belief. That's my hope. And it's just a tragedy that there have been so many unnecessary victims along the way.
I think
I want to jump.
the facts will tell the story. Eventually, we'll get all of the facts, and not the speculated facts, but we'll get all of the circumstantial evidence and facts to back it up. It's going to take time because you got so many people making up stuff, but this privacy thing, I have a really big issue with it right now. It is a thorn in my saddle. If I hear one more idiot cry about his privacy and preach about it, I'm just going to scream, because get over your privacy problems. People, you're sitting here on Zoom and you're sitting here complaining about privacy and scaring people about privacy. Don't stop it. Pick all the other items. I'm down with that. Get all of the other items. I am good with that, but don't sit here and try to scare the world over privacy and their freedom, because we haven't had any. We will have Rex come on, who is, to me, one of the world's leading privacy experts, and I say that because he fights for our rights. When you sit there and cry about it, he's the one spending all his money and time going to the PUC and fighting for your rights. He reads every one of those stupid disclaimers like I do. And he goes up to the PUC and he writes articles, and he writes claims against the companies, against T-Mobile, Sprint, AT&T, all of them, about violating your rights. But all of you whiners, stop it. Just stop. I don't want another person whining on our show about their privacy. If they do, I'm going to boot them off. Like Nick says, I'm going to boot them off. No, I won't boot you off. You have your right to your opinion. I'm just telling you, don't be an idiot. That to me is idiot talk. But I liked all their other conversation. They really got some good points about what could be happening in the conspiracy sector. And I think it would be good to continue listening to them. But anyway, it seems like Dr. Talwar is having just a little too much difficulty. Dr. Yu, can you talk? You're dead over there.
Dr. Yu?
Yeah, so what are we talking about now?
We're trying to get Dr. Talwar on too, but he's having struggles. But we were talking about your video, which I thanked you for sharing. I thought it was a very, very good video, but I get irritated over this privacy crap. I'm so tired of people saying it's a conspiracy to invade our privacy because we have no privacy. So get over that. And then figure out what the problems are. Very good points beyond that. What are your thoughts on that?
Privacy is as respect to what? Privacy?
So they've been watching you for everything anyway. If they put a chip in me, I'm not going to care. I'm just not going to care. If the benefits outweigh the risk.
Oh, yeah. Well,
because they don't want they want to. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know the app Nextdoor Neighbor?
Yeah.
All your neighbors, they post things like, oh, someone stole my Amazon package, or be careful of the coyotes. Well,
yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yesterday.
Yeah. No, it's okay. There was some glitch. I'm sorry for that.
No, that's fine. No problem.
Yesterday, I got a text from one of my neighbors, and he said, whoever was flying their drone, spying on us, your drone, my dog ate it. It's like, and now, I guess in China, they're using drones to spy on people, or
they can detect
thermographic cameras or detection, if they have fever, or I guess
I think you should
now possibly that can be used in the U.S. or digital image tracking of cameras, or your phone could track people who have the virus or track you. So
Our government's not that smart.
which is great.
I'm just telling you, it's not there. They're
Yeah.
not that smart. It's not
Can you
doable.
just check one more time? Dr. Talwar, can you hear us?
They're not that
Yeah,
smart. I'll share with you. I'll share with you the last conferences I went to.
Now I
They're
can
not
hear.
that smart. They want to be, but they're not. Hey, Dr.
Yeah.
Talwar, welcome.
Yeah. Sorry for the
Welcome.
glitch.
I'm going to take your hand. Actually, I'm going to do the right thing. Namaste.
Okay. That's fair enough.
So,
the Kung Fu.
Kung Fu. That's right.
Dr. Talwar is a director of medical oncology at Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Hospital in Delhi, and we have Dr. Philip Yu, and he is a stem cell research expert based out of US. And we were discussing about the chip installation on human body so that we can test the basic immunities and vaccines, so that it would be easy for us to track the patients, and we don't have to do all those tests running here and there. And that was the discussion we are doing. And as you are an oncologist expert, so what kind of, what's your view on those implanting of these kind of chips in human body?
Actually, this is also something new to me, but I just wanted to ask whether it has been validated in a kind of a trial or something, or this is going to be tested in just 20-30 people and to get a feel as to, because till the time you don't have a proper randomized trial, then you can't come to a definite conclusion. But yes, you can have a pilot study of say 50 or 100 people, and then probably take on with that. Sure.
So the proof of concept of embedding a microchip into the human body has evolved. It was physically done in Switzerland about 2.5 years ago. And that was the first person to do it, just to prove proof of concept.
I'm having a serious audio problem. Again, the audio is gone.
But we can hear
Can you
you. Yeah, can you just check your volume?
Yeah, volume is full.
Okay, can you check the volume on your handset and on your earphone as well? Because I think the volume is not clear at your end. But we can hear you clearly.
How do I check it? The audio.
So there is a volume up and down button on both your earphone as well as your device.
Did you guys see this?
I'm not. I can hear you now, but I cannot hear Kimberly.
No, he has to leave and come back, and it'll work.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
But,
it always works for me. Leave and come back. Yeah.
Can you hear us? You want to rejoin again? Because I think once you rejoin,
It'll reset. Yeah.
Okay. But the microchip was implanted in a human body about 2.5 years ago. And it was just done out of just like, screw you guys, I'm going to show you, I can do it, it's not going to hurt me. And it was a woman. And I'll see if I could pull the data on it. But seriously, I'm okay with anything that will benefit us. I don't think a microchip would hurt us. We microchip our dogs because we love them. We care for them. I wish we would microchip the elderly that are sick. So if they leave their caregiving home, which they tend to do, they wander and get lost and die in the elements. This happens a lot. People have come to me and asked me, how can you help us stop this from happening? When I show them my invention of the domestic violence tool, they go, can we put this in the caregiving home so that if they leave, we can find them? So to me, there are just more benefits than the concern of privacy in what they're talking about, because majority of the government, they could give diddly squat about you. They really just don't care. They want your money. Okay. They just freaking want your money.
Okay. See, I can hear you, Ankit, but I can't hear anybody else.
That's okay. You can pass the
Hear
question.
you, please. This is very surprising.
That's okay.
yeah, no problem.
What you got? Watch breakthrough treatment for coronavirus development UAE. Okay.
Well, guess
I
what
will
it
do
is?
that.
Stem
So-
cell.
Yeah.
Stem cell. That's
Yeah,
what
stem
Dr.
cells
Q
is another new field I would say. People have been trying everything. People have been trying stem cells. People have been trying plasmapheresis. People have been trying to get antibodies of the susceptible patients. But then, as you know, and as I know, this virus is something which is very new to us. The human body does not have any kind of resistance whatsoever. And even in in my undergraduate days, whenever it used to come to coronavirus, I used to just brush it aside, like, oh, coronavirus is something which is a non-entity. We used to focus more on the influenza and the rotavirus and the other viruses. So, all these things are there. There are a lot of trials, great amount of trials are going on in US and in other parts of the world. But then, to come to conclusion, it requires a minimum period of about 8 to 12 months. That is the minimum gestation period for any fast track trial to come to a conclusion. Yes, in some patients, we have found that stem cells have given a benefit. In some patients, we have found that plasmapheresis has given benefit, but unfortunately, it's not across the board. You have a patient of coronavirus, you give it plasmapheresis, you're not sure whether it will work the way you expect it to. Similarly, there are other drugs. There's a drug known as olmesartan. Trials have been going on with that. Vitamin C, zinc, and of course, hydroxychloroquine have been there always. So the only drug which they say, and that too in about 30 to 40% times, which has had some effect, is remdesivir. And again, it has had a phase 1 BAL2 trial. They are going to switch it to phase 3 trial, which they are going to do it over a large segment of people. But last word has yet to be said. It is a bourgeois field, as the French say. There's no final conclusion about it.
So, Dr. Dalwar, what kind of, it's been almost like 2 months since we are facing this coronavirus. So, and you are, you visit the hospital on regular basis. So, what kind of changes in terms of the cancer patients, if they are depicting or if they're having these kind of symptoms on.
Yeah, so the study in United Emirates.
See, initially,
they
when
did 72.
this pandemic started,
yeah,
the symptomatologies which we were focusing on, they were cough, fever, breathlessness, lethargy, fatigue. Slowly, we came to know that this virus is being passed in the stools also. So we started focusing on diarrheas also. And along with these symptomatologies, we had the guidelines also. Anybody who's sharing, a common bathroom, then when the first person goes and passes motions or whatever, the next person should go there after, say, about 10 or 7 to 10 minutes, because that also is a kind of an aerosol.
Okay.
Then we came to the PPEs. After that, so it's again, as I told you, an evolving. We are learning every day, and as you see, the government of India, they are coming out with guidelines almost twice a week, and they are improving upon. What we are trying to do in our hospital is that we have a very stringent SOP. We have a screening area which is known as the flu corner. Not even a single person is allowed inside the hospital without the flu corner. So you have to enter through the flu corner. You have to get your temperature checked. You have to get your oxygen saturation checked, because most of these patients, they have a fall in the oxygen saturation, even if they don't have, apparent breathlessness or a cough. So if you have fall in saturation and if you have fever, they are the pointers that these patients might be affected. Another new thing which is coming out, which is seen in India, and of course, which the Chief Minister of Delhi also said, that most of the patients which they are seeing nowadays are asymptomatic, meaning thereby they don't have any symptoms. So you have to sift these patients out, and those patients who don't have any symptoms, they don't have any history of having contact from outside, abroad, or coming in contact with people who are from abroad. They are de novo patients who have contracted this disease, meaning thereby it has entered the phase 3. All these issues are there. So we have a flu corner patient who comes fresh, patient has symptoms. We have an isolation ward, patient goes there, then the COVID testing is done. If the COVID test is positive, then we deal with these patients separately. If COVID is negative, then we treat them like a common cancer patient. A patient who's already admitted in the ward and we are treating, and that patient gets signs and symptoms, those patients go to the COVID ICU. So we have a normal medical ICU and we have a COVID ICU. So they are the patients which go to the COVID ICU, and there again they are tested. If they are negative, they are shifted to the non-COVID medical ICU. If they are positive, then of course they are sent to the COVID centers where they are treated accordingly. We are also learning, we are in the process, who are the low risk cases, who are the ultra low risk cases, who are the high risk cases, and accordingly we are trying to make the SOPs for all these kind of patients. Another problem for us was the daycare patients. We have a large pool of patients who come in the morning and they get their daycare chemotherapy and they push off in the evening. Screening them had been a big problem. That also, we are trying to sort out, that we just take an area which is totally secluded from the whole of the hospital, just one block, so that even if one patient comes positive in those patients, we can segregate that part of the hospital. It is a challenge, and every day, we are learning. Of course, we are trying to take our precautions, but then I guess it will take some time to get over this problem. And I sincerely hope that in times to come, once the herd immunity comes, now since it has come into the phase 3, once the herd immunity comes, like what it was in polio, we'd be able to get over, a large portion of the problem which we are having with this virus.
How do you test for COVID? Do you use the antibody test, the rapid test?
Ankit, can you ask his question?
So, doctor, are you using antibody test, or you are using a rapid test for testing the COVID?
See, as of now, the gold standard is the RT-PCR. So if you have to check all those patients who are going for surgery, or all those patients whom we are going to admit inside, we are doing RT-PCR. There is a lag period of about 8 to 9 hours. But then it is in the best interest of the patient and us also. So for checking, we are doing RT-PCR, but then side by side, we are planning to have epidemiological studies also, because there's no study from India. So we are going to get the rapid test, the antibody tests. So probably in times to come, we'll check them over a large group of people. But as of now, it is RT-PCR for testing.
Is he going to make his own rapid test, or is he going to get it from
if you can tell me the question, then I can answer.
So doctor, you want to know that are we doing our own testing, or we are getting it from other countries? I think the answer is we already have MyLab, who is sharing a lot of test kits, but I think Dr. Talwar can share more views on that.
See, till now we were getting kits from China. We are going to get kits from Abbott also, and MyLab. I think the validation has been done. Probably in times to come, we will include those also, because the dependency on getting the import of kits is a big problem, because they are in a big demand everywhere.
Yeah,
so the MyLabs, I think, will be able to see. If you see the burden in India, India is not like US or Italy or Spain. As all of us know, half of the population of the whole of the world is in China and India. So China has undergone all that problem. Now it is us who are. So if you have to have an epidemiological model, you have to test over 1 lakh cases per day if you have to come to a conclusion. So we are not able to do that. Now, if we are not able to do that, then what is the data which we can rely? It is the death rate on which we are relying, because you may not be able to scan patients on the basis of testing, but death is something which you cannot hide. Fortunately, by God's grace for us, our death rate is not that high, and our recovery rate, whatever testing we have done, is about 25%, which is very, very encouraging. So at this point of time, testing is very, very important, and everybody is saying test, test, test. If we have to test, if it has to be of some critical significance, it has to be at least 90,000 to 100,000 tests per day. Only then we'll be able to come to a meaningful statistics. Till that time, the death rate is going to give us a clue as to how many people have succumbed to it, and then we can come with some conclusion from that.
And sir, are we doing enough tests in India? I mean, as compared to what you were saying, 1 lakh tests per day?
No, we are slowly climbing up. We have reached, I think, 50 to 60,000 tests per day. But still, it is quite short of the actual amount which has to be done. Yes.
And also, Dr. Talwar, we are seeing that a lot of doctors are also having a tough time during this pandemic, and it's difficult for them to, to isolate and to follow all those right precautions, and still they got a lot of COVID-19 virus that's happening from past couple of weeks. What kind of precautions you are taking on day-to-day basis? Because you don't know who the other person is being symptomatic or symptoms having COVID, and a lot of people are not able to get the testing done as well. So what kind of precautions you are following in your hospital and for yourself?
So there are, 3 or 4 zones in our hospital. One is the casualty, which is a high risk zone. Then is the OPD, where it is not that high risk, but not low risk also. Then you have the COVID and the non-COVID ICUs and the isolation wards. So if a person is there in the ICUs, the medical ICUs, whether it is COVID or non-COVID, or the isolation, all these people, they are having the PPE precautions, the PPE kits, the mask, the gloves, doffing and duffing, whichever way, it has to be done according to the standard guidelines. If it is in the OPD, we are keeping the patients far, about 2 meters away from us, and they are able to converse with us. We are wearing a cap and a mask and a goggles, and we wear a gown which we change on every shift. Shift meaning by even if I have to go for lunch, I change my gown, I change my cap, everything, and then when I come back, I do it. And as far as the hand sanitizers are concerned, if I don't have a dedicated washing, a wash basin next to me, then I use them. Otherwise, between each patient, I am doing the hand washing. So, as most of the cases are now asymptomatic, you have to, every patient is a suspect. You cannot say that if the symptoms
That's
are not
true.
there, this person not there.
That's true. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay, so every patient is a suspect, and we need to, make sure we get the right filters inside of these, and wear our mask, right?
Yeah.
Now we just
No,
need to become healthier people. What are about building our immunities and just being respectful to other people right now, and wearing our mask and cleaning our hands. I mean, these are the things we're teaching our kids now, and I think they're healthy.
The healthiest part is, washing your hands. And second is, if you're venturing out of the house, you wear a mask. Because it has been shown that if you wear a mask and the person who's facing you is wearing a mask, the chance of contracting infection, whether the person is negative or positive, it comes down by about 80 to 90%. Simple thing, wearing a mask and doing hand sanitization. Don't touch anywhere in the face or the body. So these, I feel, are the basics which we should do, and we should, create a kind of a health awareness among the individuals in the society and people who are staying near us, that don't go outside your house inadvertently just for the heck of it. If you have something really important, then only you venture out, because you don't know, it's in the air. It's not that it's like an unseen enemy. You never know, it might attack from any corner.
And sir, also, I mean, we have seen that people are using the same mask every now and then, and be it N95 or any homemade mask. So what is the shelf life of that mask? Because if we keep on using the same mask for over a week, does it solve the problem what we are trying to do it, or we need to change it, or we need to maybe use some kind of sun rays or UV light to maybe remove the contamination and things like that?
See, if you are in a very high risk area or a containment area, N95, you use it once, and the moment you take it off, ideally you should throw it off. But if you are in a low risk area, like suppose I'm in the OPD, I wear it once, then I don't wear it the next day. The third day I wear it again, and I reuse it for about 3 to 4 times, and then I check it off.
You can
So it again depends wherever you are. So if you are in, say, the COVID medical ICU, you use it once and you should throw it off.
Yeah,
But if you are in a
because
other
they're
area, or suppose you are in the house somewhere, probably you can use it 3-4 times, and then
peroxide.
every alternate day, and then throw it off.
So
Ideal should be a N95.
I heard also a doctor, Art, who's been on our show, and they're very low resourced right now. They really don't like reusing any of their medical equipment, but he's been putting his in the sunshine every day, like in the dashboard. But Dr. you said use peroxide?
Yeah, spray hydrogen peroxide.
Exactly. You can leave it in the sunshine.
And put it in the sun.
You can use it on alternate days, but that also maximum 5 times.
5?
If you use it beyond 5 times, then it's a problem.
So this is a rubber one, right? And I just replaced these, but I can just clean this out every day really good. This is reusable, right? I don't have to throw this away.
Yeah, put that in the sun, hydrogen peroxide, that's fine.
See, I don't know it's on, whatever mask you get, there's a small disclaimer on the cover, and they tell you, but all reusable masks, it is always better to discard them after 5 to 6 usages, because whether they filter after that or not, the purpose you cannot make out.
I would have never dreamed in my lifetime. I've seen a lot. I have seen a lot. I have in my speech to graduate students during graduation, I always say, my lifetime, we've made a lot of science fiction come true, right? Almost everything, and I know flying cars are being developed and things like that. I would have never dreamed that we would be fighting this kind of monster in my lifetime. I would have never dreamed that we'd be going to a Darth Vader mask and a lifestyle of isolation in ways that we're talking about. I think what we're doing now is preparing probably for the next wave of viruses that can be even far more dangerous, because each time they tend to get more and more dangerous. What are your thoughts on that?
No, Kimberly, you're very right. I'll answer your question in 2 parts. One is that, as you said, walking around like Darth Vader. I was a kid when I saw Star Wars and Darth Vader. You can't help it. This is the new normal. Either you conform to the guidelines, or you contact the disease and succumb. So that is the first part. This normal cannot be changed. The second part is that how to go about these things. Well, yes. Oh, yeah. He's got a mask. Dr. Philip has got a mask.
I love you, Dr. Yu. Thank you. I love you.
Okay. crooked.
That's it. That's my mask. I'm getting one.
Yeah.
Dr. Yu has got the personality that
Luke
Oh,
Skywalker.
wow, he's got another one. No,
Luke
this is
Skywalker.
Like PPE
this is the,
shield.
yeah.
That's
Okay,
right.
fine.
I think science fiction wrote this for us. I really do. But no, you're right. We've got to. Oh God. There you go.
He's got the whole series. with
All
him.
the gadgets.
Yeah.
But this is the way we're going to have to dress, right?
Let's let Dr. Stin in to take my
This is going to be the new normal. You
Well, we
cannot.
can bring him in. Let's see if we can bring him in now. We've been
Yeah,
experiencing.
because I have to
technical
leave
difficulties.
anyways. He could take my place.
Oh, you're
I'm
going
not
to
able to
church,
hear
aren't
him.
you?
Yeah, my Zoom shirt. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll
So
see you
coming
at the
to the-
cafe. I'll see you at the cafe.
Okay, Bill, I'm going to go. This is Dr. Talvar.
Oh,
I want you to talk about the protocol that we're
So
making.
the second part of your question was
All right.
So thank you for joining us, Dr. Yu. So Dr. Talwal, finish what you were saying, and then we'll bring Dr. Bill in.
yeah. The second part of your question was that
Stay for a couple minutes.
this may come back with vengeance. The thing is, like in China, also you are seeing there are people who are coming from the Russian side into China in the northern part. They have a different kind of mutated virus as compared to the one which was in the mainland earlier. So this virus is notorious. It has the capacity to mutate. People are running after making vaccines for this kind of strain. You might be surprised that the moment you find a vaccine for this strain, it might have mutated and become some other kind of a strain, and this vaccine might not work. So this has a tremendous potential to mutate to some other isoforms. That is going to be a problem when you have vaccines. And yes, once the lockdown is over, the people start mingling again and they don't conform to the distancing. Again, there is going to be a second surge, as Kimberly was very rightly saying. It's going to be a problem. So I think common things are common, hand washing, hygiene, self-distancing, and you do things which are most urgent. You go and do it. Don't keep on loitering around the countryside. So these things are going to help a lot, if we look at the state level or the national level.
Can you guys see my screen?
Definitely.
Spread of the 3 coronavirus strains.
Yeah, there's 3 strains, right?
Right now there
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
Right now. But we believe that it is going to be, I think there's going to be another more mutated form that's just going to kick us. The
No,
type.
but try to understand. These are the 3 mutations which we have found. There might be plenty of others which might be in the process, or we wouldn't have caught them. So it is definitely a big problem.
I agree with you. I think that we need to continue our research. I think just because we'll get this contained, that our research needs to continue. And we need to be cautiously, right? We need to be very, very careful because we don't want to be engaging in dangerous areas that could kill people while we're researching as well.
Another problem is the spike proteins can hide in your body. They can stick to the endothelial lining of your blood vessels, intestines, and then once your immune system is
Ankita, I lost the
you can have another
audio again.
outbreak. Yeah.
Right.
Can you hear us?
Can we hear now?
Yeah.
Yeah, now I can
now.
hear you.
All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I have a different symbol for Dr. Yu because we pick on each other. Yeah, so we bless each other for church. But
we need to learn different symbols now. I mean, apart from handshake, there are a lot of different ways. So Namaste is one of them, and then we do like this, and then we do like this, and then we have one world, and then we have like this. And that day one of the guy from Africa, he was on a show and he said that now we are doing Namaste like this. So he was reading like this basically. So there are a lot of ways people are doing around the world, and that's how the new
like this. I'm
But
very fond
the
of this.
best way is like this, you know.
Best way is this.
I
Word
am
over.
still very fond of this. I like our handshake. We do this for,
Yes.
we're
Yeah.
connecting. We're one world and we love each other. And this is how we replace hugs.
But
I
Kim, I
got
tell
When
you,
you
this is one of the yoga asana as well. People sit in that yoga asana for a while and then they calm their body down. I think Dr. Bill and Dr. Talwar knows more about it. But this is what we are doing since ages in India.
So in Taekwondo, this is how we greeted each other. So in the
Yeah.
Japanese world, in the Taekwondo world, we greeted each other this way, but also he also showed the other side. We do this as well. So that's right.
And
it's
once
a
you
sign of
get
respect.
once you get tired, you do like this also, you know.
I do that. or when I want the conversation to stop a second, let's discuss, because sometimes it goes and you go, wait a minute, we need to discuss this item.
Yeah.
Because sometimes your conversations get on a roll and you go, whoa, that's a good one, let's time out, let's grab that, because there's so much going on, right? Everyone thinks it's a conspiracy theory, everyone thinks this, and every time I have a doctor on the show, they don't talk conspiracy theory. They go, this is real. And you see it. It's real, isn't it? This is real.
I have a
Yeah,
question.
this is
for
real
Dr.
time.
Talwar as well, yeah. Yes, Dr. Talwar.
Yeah, please continue.
So, a lot of people are asking that they are walking down that sanitizer gate and putting the sanitizer on the body just to make sure that they are, free from all those viruses or maybe contaminated or whatever things they are bringing from outside outside the road. And you know that that's happening in all the hospitals as well. So while taking those sanitizers on your body, is it good for health?
No, that is a very pertinent question which is going on nowadays. What you are referring to is a sanitizer booth or a sanitizer tunnel, through which people go through. The active ingredient which is being used in most of them is sodium hypochlorite. That is, atomized, and you go through that, and it forms a chemical coating over the.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is there is a threefold problem. One is that when you go.
Dr. Talwar, can you hear us?
This.
We can't hear you, sir. We can't hear you. So, Kim, you know that due to that thunderstorm in Delhi, I think we are not having good connections as of now.
And it could also be me, because as I shared with you how every one of my messages went out, they all for the last 24 hours, if I emailed somebody something, it never went through. So, or text. I even went to texting and they didn't go through. So that's why we didn't have some of our guests today, which was very frustrating. So we're going to come up with a different system.
Not meant for the.
Well, it's just an overload use of the internet right now. This is how people are working. This is how people are socializing. It's just been and I wanted to get some conversations going with you and Dr. Yu. I'm sorry you had to stay backstage so long, but because of the technology, it was fading in and out. Sometimes when we add more people, it just gets worse. So, welcome. How are things in Ella Vegas?
Very nice, very good. And I really wanted to ask a few questions to Dr. Talwar.
I think he's coming back. He's trying.
This whole thing, I was actually watching the vaccine TV series that they are talking about in Houston. And there are a couple of things that popped out very, very prominent. One is that this social distancing and the wearing of masks is all going too far. This is what they're saying. We're doing it in a reverse order. Now, the new CDC report says that in the US, the only number of deaths directly accountable to COVID-19 is 11,000. Have you seen that report?
No, so the problem right now, according to David K. Johnston, who is a a statistician, but he is a world famous for his math and tax analytics, and he's in New York. And he said the problem with the count is that it's way off, it's too low. And the reason is that they are unable to count it as a cause of death, COVID, unless they can test you for COVID. So if you've got a dead body, a DOA, and he said they literally have 20 a day in New York that they're just picking up off the street or out of their apartments that are DOA, but they're not wasting the test kits on them. So literally the number, which I think in the US is 60,000 or more, is way off under, because they're not counting the deaths as COVID unless they've tested positive for COVID.
Well, especially for New York counts, I think it has come out very, very closely that.
Let's see.
Clearly, I shouldn't say closely, very clearly that the deaths in New York are more due to comorbidities. Now,
no, so that we don't know, because they're not able, according to David. I don't care what the media says. I care what David says, because he's not media. This is what he pulls these datas, and I trust him because I've known him for many years. And he said that if they can't test a dead person for positive COVID, or if that person died but they weren't tested, they can't label it for COVID. So there are so many people that are dying. They are dying of other things, but they can't call it COVID. If they died of hunger, if they died of a heart attack, they're going to have to write it up as a heart attack. So a lot of people who are dying probably of COVID that have had strokes, but if they were not tested positive for COVID, then they can't put that on the death certificate.
Yes, right.
So you've had all of these people going around, oh, they're writing everything as COVID so that they can
right, exactly. I think I think you're right. Absolutely, those numbers are correct. If you look at the CDC numbers, they equate to 60,000 plus.
I think it's higher, and so does David, because we can't.
Let's say they're 100. Let's say they're 100,000, but they equate to that particular number. If you take out all these other comorbidities out one by one, then you end up with a very low number for COVID itself. But by just equating them out,
right,
counting them.
So you got to be. See, here's the thing: we'll never have an actual count unless.
You're right. Absolutely right.
Unless at the end of the day, they collected blood samples for every one of the DOAs. And after Corona, like when we've got enough test kits for the living that need to be tested, they go back and they test.
Yes, you're right. I agree with you on that. But the question still remains that how come we haven't seen that number in a more accurate way than what they are showing us? I mean, we have all the diagnostic tools, PCR. We can detect DNA in fossils. Those are 300 years old. And how come we can't detect that virus in a lung tissue from a dead body? We have seen virus being detected, or other DNA is being detected in 300 million years fossils. We have the technology. Why can't they detect in the dead body the virus? I mean, all they need to do is send to a pathology lab, and within 12 hours they would know whether there's a COVID or not. And that's all they need to do. And then at the top of that, they have pathology on those, and we know what SARS-CoV does in terms of pathology in a human being. We have known that for 18 years. There are a lot of postmortem reports on people who died of SARS-CoV-2 or 1.
But sir, we are not using those reports for our futuristic, diagnosis, or how we should do with that. Because I think artificial intelligence can play an important role in our future healthcare system.
You're right, absolutely right. I mean, if we think that AI has, made a huge advance, then how come we can't see this direct correlation of the COVID with mortality?
So what do you think? Where are we lacking in terms of the healthcare system? Because
admin, they don't want to do it.
Okay.
So that they could blindly put the blanket statement COVID death. They wanted to scare people.
But sir, I'll tell you what happened. Basically, I don't know about around the world, but a couple of our guests on our show, they said that they told us that a lot of deaths are not reported of COVID because people are dying at home, and that causes some kind of theory that either they are COVID deaths or non-COVID deaths, and also they don't want to use those test kits because already we have less test kits.
You're right, absolutely right. This is correct. So we would never have the right number.
So what do you think? How we can use AI more, and what kind of best practices we should follow in our future diagnosis to make this happen, and also we will be ready, prepared for our next pandemic?
Well, we will never be ready at what we're doing right now. I don't think we'll ever be ready, because if they open up the country, there's going to be definitely exposure and second wave or maybe third wave. We already know that there are about 100 strains of the virus out there right now, as of last week. No, we're talking about 3 sub groups. No, there are about 100 different new strains. And I was actually shocked to see that report, that there are so many out there. So there is a lot of viral drift here, even more than HIV or any other virus or influenza. So we know from experience with HIV, with MERS and SARS, and especially with the feline infectious peritonitis, we know that when we vaccinate cats with the coronavirus, which causes the feline infectious peritonitis, with a vaccine, which is developed using the vaccinia attenuated strain, it's called MAV, developed for HIV by Dr. Bernie Moss at NIH years ago. We picked up, I was at SmithKline, we developed the coronavirus for cats. Trust me, the cats died 6 months before they were supposed to die. So if they're trying to do something like that, then it's ridiculous. You think Tony Fauci doesn't know about all this? He knows that there is a huge immune enhancement when you're going to use these vectors, the adenovirus, vaccinia, and lentiviruses and all that. We are primarily creating a ton of antibodies that are going to cause the immune dysregulation in the body. So why are they spending millions of dollars? At the top of that, they know that there are strains coming out, new strains coming out every day. So what is this vaccine they're talking about? The adenovirus strain that they use now, they're really pushing ahead in Oxford, in England. That has been known for how long, how many years? We haven't been able to do anything with it. It has never developed a vaccine. How come suddenly now with COVID they will be successful? They need to tell all this to the public and have roundtable conferences and explain to people how they plan to see the positive results for these vaccines, which haven't produced anything for the past 40 to 50 years, especially for coronavirus. Hello? Is everybody there or gone? Kim? Hi, Kim?
Yes, sir.
Are we still there?
Yeah, I'm there. I mean, I think we are facing some technical difficulties, and that's why we are going beaming out, because I think the internet is not working today, and that's what happening in India as well as in US
Oh,
with
I see.
Kimberly.
Okay, all right. Well, maybe we should have this session some other time and when we are a little more, because there are a lot of issues that we need to discuss. I think this is a good platform, really.
Yeah.
And as you, Phil sent me a video on the vaccines about, I think, an hour earlier, and I was only halfway. I was watching it, and there were some really nice issues, very pertinent issues they're raising. They're asking some good questions.
And also, there was a news from UAE that they have some kind of research or maybe a vaccine using stem cells for treating coronavirus. Do you are you aware?
Yeah, no, I think that there are a lot of interest in it right now, starting with China. There's a company in China that has been doing it, but my concern with that is what they're trying to do is they're trying to put the mRNA of the virus into dendritic cells. Now there are some issues there because dendritic cell technology is very simple. They're trying to make it complicated, more and more complicated, piling it on with biotechnology. When you put an mRNA, sure, it will decode for expression of the viral proteins or viral components, whatever mRNA represents. But there are millions of steps involved in translating the mRNA to a final spike protein or an envelope protein or any component of the virus.
Yeah.
Now, can you imagine that process going on in the body before it starts kicking off the immune response? It will take months and months. There are technical issues. I mean, you can put, there is no problem. I mean, we have the technology now to put mRNA into a DNA, and then the dendritic cell might just throw it away. It may not process the mRNA in the right way to express that antigen. They should know by this by experience working with DNA technology for almost 50 years now. So the right way is actually the simple way. That will be to feed the pulse the dendritic cells with the corona antigens, especially the receptor binding portion of the spike protein or the whole spike protein. They've done that. They've done this in China. What they've done is they took the coronavirus, the COVID SARS-CoV-2 virus, they grew it in the cells in the lab in large quantities, and they inactivated it formalin, which is how the polio was made 50 years ago. So they used that vaccine to immunize monkeys. All monkeys, 12 out of 12 got protected against the challenge. When they exposed them to COVID-19, they never get sick. Now, they tested that at two dose levels. One, the lower dose level, they showed that there was some, they call it virus blip. That means that the virus started showing up when they challenged the monkeys. Now, what does that mean? Simple terms, that by using the low dose of the virus in the vaccine, they couldn't produce enough immune response. So that could happen in a DNA vaccine. There's not enough antigen to immunize the host, so very low level of antibody. That would cause what? Immune enhancement. That's what happened in this study, and people should know it's a simple interpretation of their data. They're saying that the low dose caused monkeys not protected. Where the proper dose was good enough, and they protected all 12 or 8 out of 8 or out of 12 very good result. But the low dose caused the viral blip. So that means that you could have, when you have a vaccine like DNA with mRNA, not enough antigen that you could have an enhanced immune response. Enhanced immune enhancement, that means that we make a small number of immune complexes, and that causes immune dysregulation, which is what happens with HIV, which happens with other viruses like that. So rather than protecting the animals, you would speed up death.
True. And also, I mean,
cells would work. It's a very old technology. I think it's worked and keep it simple.
We have so much of technology, and if we have so much of cases, and we have so much of research, why are we not putting everything in one place? Why are we not sharing our best practices around the world and saving the environment and saving the world? I mean, because
that's a very good point. That's what we should be doing. That's a very good point. We're not doing it because this whole thing is being monopolized by few people. They want to have all the dollars put into that basket. There are billions of dollars going into this technology, but everybody's ignoring the simple vaccine manufacture.
And also, I mean, you won't believe, sir, we are getting questions from around the world that why can't we maybe manufacture, or why can't we create a superfood which will help us getting most of the vaccines or most of the drugs using that superfood, so that we get immunity. And
Absolutely. That's a good question. Exactly. That's what we should be asking them.
Yeah.
Why don't we build immunity? You know, this is another issue here. The virus, the COVID, is restricted to people who are immune deficient. For elderly people, their immune system is compromised. It is not affecting the young people that much. So we should really take care of them, build their immune system, and maybe quarantine those people, not the whole general mass public.
But sir, now we are in approximately, I can say that we are in stage 3, and the spread is like, I mean, we don't know who is the person who is containing that virus.
That's right.
And the symptoms are not getting in initial 13-14 days. Maybe, I think, because I've read a lot of news about corona around the world, and I see that people are getting symptoms in their 3rd week or 4th week as well.
Yes,
or maybe they have symptoms earlier, and then they carry forward that symptoms without taking any vaccines, and then they carried it for 4 weeks. So it's difficult for it's difficult for the government and for the healthcare industry as well to test each and every person, because in a country like Singapore, where we have limited population, it might be easy. Maybe in South Korea, but it's difficult to do that in US and in India and in other bigger countries.
You're right, absolutely. And the test they're using is not reliable. The test they're using has a lot of false positives. So
and also, you know, that suppose you test me today, and I'm COVID-free, but maybe down the line, maybe a couple of hours or maybe after a couple of days, I might be COVID positive as well, because you know that
you're right, absolutely.
So we need to come up with better ways, and I think prevention is one of the better ways apart from doing the testing thing. Prevention is always giving you good results, and I think we don't talk much about prevention, but we learn from our childhood days that prevention is better than cure. We have to work on a cure process, but if we prevent it, if we try to stop it, or if we try to mutate within that particular zone and not letting spread across the countrywide and countryside, we are in good shape. And if we create those red zones and those green zones and those black zones, and then follow those zones on a sincerely manner, I think we can do it, because that's what I've realized, that people are using different ways to do it. Everyone is carrying these kind of bottles to basically spray, and then also the sanitizers and the mask. But those should be done in a proper way as well. I mean, I was asking a lot of doctors how long we can use a mask, because I have seen that, in fact, doctors as well, and they are using that mask for a couple of days. And I don't know, I mean, because I'm not an expert, but I spoke to one of the mask manufacturers as well, and they don't have any clue that how long they can use it.
Well,
so we need to put the guideline as well, because if I use the same mask for a month, I don't think so that mask is giving good results to me.
No, it's not even after 1 or 2 days. I would say 1 day is good enough, because there's a lot of stuff coming out of our nose, and it's going to block the mask.
but then we don't have enough masks. I mean, how can we survive and plan those masks for our population around the world? And it's difficult for us to do that. I mean, and people are not aware about it. I mean, now the awareness is there that we have to use some kind of a mask, maybe a homemade mask or maybe a filter mask or N95. But we also need to show that we have to keep on changing that mask. We have to use some kind of spray, as Dr. Yu said, or maybe a sunlight or maybe a UV rays to show that we are
right. Yeah, absolutely.
So we need to come up with a lot of guidelines, I think. What do you think? I mean, are we doing enough to survive on this COVID pandemic, or I mean, how it's going?
Hi. Shahbaz, where are you?
There's Mohammed. I'm being in and out all day, so sorry guys. I feel like I'm on Star Trek. So how are you doing, Mohammed?
Fantastic, happy, healthy, safe.
Where are you, Mohammed?
I'm in Delhi right now.
Oh, you're in Delhi.
My office and my residence both are in Delhi.
I see. That's
and
good.
you?
I'm in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas, great.
The City of Kings.
City of Kings.
Sin City.
Sin City.
Lovely.
So Nick announces it as the City of Sunshine, right? He every time we go there, we call it the City of Sunshine. When we were filming with PBS,
Very nice, actually. Weather is really gorgeous here.
right? So every time we open for we did 10 shows in one day, and every time it was hi and welcome to the City of the Sunshine, and I'm like, isn't it supposed to be Sin City? And he kept going, City of Sun, and I go, Sin. But I've never been a big fan of Vegas, but and every time I go, I'm never going back again. Never. And I would always get sent back out there on business, right? Because that's just where big businesses, conferences, everybody goes there.
Very attractive, yeah.
Yeah, it's huge. For CES, there's 150,000 attendees, and DEF CON.
Next A4M is in December, so you must come to attend that.
Which one is that?
A4M.
Okay.
Anti-Aging Society of American. Dr. Ron Klass started 40 years ago.
Okay. Yeah. I go there for law enforcement conferences and for TV media. Law enforcement for my invention and my background in cybersecurity, and my background in helping law enforcement utilize, get better tools, and with using technology. And so I'm there a lot, and it's just I haven't gone at all this year. My travel, I stopped traveling after the Super Bowl. I just said no more. I'm not going to put myself at danger or anyone else at danger. Nick and I kept talking about 2 conferences that were very important in our list, but we both at the same time said, no, you know what? We're canceling everything. And and you know what was interesting is the 2 that we canceled, actually right after we said we took a vote, they canceled. So, but we were going to lose money by saying no, we're not going to go, because we had to cancel our tickets and everything. But once they canceled, we didn't lose our money. So,
December, hopefully things will cool down by December, so we will have that conference here. They canceled the one in Florida, which they normally have in April. Nobody could go there, so but I'm sure we'll have one in December here.
Well, if you do, I'm not boarding the planes if they got those things that you have to go through that spray you. I'm just not going to do that, am I, Mohammed? Not going to do it. But I wear my mask. I'll wear my mask. You won't be able to hear me.
How about through sea? Maybe a seashore from your place to Las Vegas.
What's that?
So, okay, can we hire a boat and then can we travel from North Carolina to Las Vegas via boat?
No, sorry, no. You'll have to drive.
And it's a long drive from here.
Yes,
it is long. I won't drive it And it's like I told Nick, I'll go do I'll go.
But it's a beautiful drive. It's really, you take 2-3 days, and see the countryside, and it's very nice.
Yeah. One of the things that was kind of heartbreaking for me this weekend was the Kentucky Derby was canceled.
Oh, yes.
And I love the Kentucky Derby. I mean, for all the wrong reasons, right? I love it for the socialness of it, right? And just getting dressed up and, it's crazy insaneness, right? Everybody's got to have hats. And,
it is.
But I miss it because, we got a guest, Jim. Hey, Jimmy. But anyway, Jim Martin is one of our singers on IBM TV. He's dropping in to say hi to everyone. But but all of this COVID thing has, I would have thought a horse race could still go, right? The horses aren't that close. Everybody goes, "Oh, Kim, they're too close. They're too close." But I guess they are. But better be safe than sorry. And they're going to do it in September.
Yeah. I hope things ease off by then.
Yeah, well, nobody's gambling in Vegas, so Vegas is going to go under economically.
Yeah, it is. It's already there. They're trying to open, but I don't know.
Hey, so anyway, no, what is interesting though is Vegas, according to, because I go every year in January to the CES, and according to them, they judge their economics based on that one conference.
Sure.
That conference is full and good, and it was this year. It was probably the last conference they really had. But CES was full and good, so everybody's thinking, yeah, this is going to be a great year for Vegas. Yay. But you rely on the other conferences too. I mean, NABS brings in about 120,000. You've got the law enforcement and pizza and beer and alcohol, which I think is the fun one to go to. Those three together are kind of funny. But how the economics of all of this is going to definitely choke us.
Yes, it is. It definitely is. Yeah.
But this is what I tell people: if we have our health, right, Muhammad?
Mm-hmm.
If we have our health, we can fix that. That's a problem we can fix. You can't fix your health, not always, and you can't come back to life that I'm aware of. So we need to fix our health first and understand we're going to be flat broke, and a lot of the things we're used to are going to be gone, right? But we can rebuild, right, Muhammad?
Yeah, agree. Totally agree. Health is a priority always.
Because you're a businessman, Mohammed, as well as pharmaceutical. I mean, share with us some inspirations. Come on.
Health, see, I always say health is wealth. So health is on priority always. If you lost health, you lost everything. If you lost wealth, you have lost nothing, because if you are a healthy person, you can earn easily. So health is on priority always. Now Corona has given a lesson. So we have to take care our immunity, our health on priority. Right now we are into fast, and Dr. Philip Yu is our he's a doctor and guest and a speaker on IBM. He always say that fasting is a good way of detoxifying the body actually, and we are aware about that. So I'm feeling very comfortable. So during fast, I feel very cool, calm, and I'm a patient right now. I easily listen everything and respond accordingly. So cool, calm, and clear everything. So detoxifying the body. So health is on priority. The second thing, right now we should know the GMO product. What are the GMO product? Means we have to move towards the organic food, because organic food can improve our immunity on priority. This is one of the reason. See, those who are very qualified person, they understand about the GMO product, organic food. And see, organic food is costlier, but it helps us to protect our body. There is less chances of cancer, there is less chances of diabetes, hypertension, and everything once we are using the organic food. So we should move towards the organic food. Second thing, that Indian gooseberry is a very, very good thing. Complete natural natural vitamin C. It detoxifies the body, replenish with vitamin C, and detoxify the body as well. I usually, me and my wife, Advocate Anita, uses Indian gooseberry syrup 30 ml at night, and it gives me very, very cool, calm support. And I see myself, I'm very energetic right now.
Generic
And I'm
name
using this
is
thing.
Amla.
Amla, you must know everything. Amla is very much familiar out here. And see, right now, constipation is one of the side effect of corona.
Right.
Why? Because there is less peristalsis movement, because we aren't going outside, especially in India, very strict rules and regulations. We cannot move outside. We are completely home quarantine, actually. So constipation is one of the side effects of this lockdown. So once those who are using the amla or Indian gooseberry syrup at night, there would be no constipation. It's natural process, actually. So we should now started moving towards the nature, actually, nature and natural foods, natural medicine as such. So this is the time to understand every. Yes.
What
Yes,
is
please.
gooseberry? What is gooseberry?
It's Amla.
Gooseberry is in Indian name. Its generic name is amla.
But what kind of
Amla
plant?
is.
What does it look like? What is it? Is it a berry?
Yes, it's a berry, actually. It's
Okay.
a berry. Yeah.
All right. And it's edible? Like,
Yes.
because
Yes,
the gooseberries
yes.
here are not edible. We have, I think, we call gooseberries that the
It's very sour. It's very sour.
It's very sour. Okay.
Yeah, you could pickle
Yes,
it,
yes.
you could dry, make a powder out of it, and then you could actually cook it too. I cook it, put it in my cooking.
Okay. Gooseberry. Interesting. Indian gooseberry. I'm gonna look it up. But we're talking about again things that are just naturally healthy for the body, as opposed to just everybody's leaping to vaccines and all of these things that okay, yeah, fine, whatever. But you're gonna get a vaccine for this virus, but what about the next one? That's not helping us fight the virus. That's not helping us live among the dangers of the virus. And that's what I kept praying to God. Every day I pray. And every day I was praying that he'd deliver us from the evil. And one day it was like, I kept asking him to make me smarter, right? I always ask for that. But one day I said, God, this isn't right, is it? We're going to always help us learn to live with this evil. Help us to learn to live among it, because there's going to be another one. And so that's what I've been asking for. And so from day one, Mohammed, from day one that I met you, Dr. Chu, all these doctors, it's always been build the immunity, rest, lots and lots, because we don't get enough rest.
And it's simple. It's simple. It's very simple.
These are very simple things. But the problem is our society, our influences are not designed to build a good immunity. That's the conspiracy theory all of these years, folks. They programmed us to eat bad, to buy bad. It's like one doctor said, unplug your TV and quit watching those commercials because you're buying nothing but junk food, McDonald's, Cokes. Get out of that and get healthy again. But we're programmed to buy these bad foods, and we've destroyed our bodies with them.
I give you a very
on yesterday.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can I share something?
Yes,
On yesterday, Forbes has categorized the countries on the basis of performance. They simply they categorize given first priority. First country, Israel. Israel has done the best during the COVID infection, and second country is Germany. And third category is Australia, fourth is South Korea, and then fifth is China. Why? And I'm really happy that they categorize the country on the basis of their performance. When we look at the Germany side, so Germany has started from day one. They are conducting 50,000 COVID tests every day from the day one. And second thing, they started taking the immunity test actually. So they are giving priority. They are giving permission to go out to those patient or person, those who are having good immunity result actually. These are the parameters to save the people as such. So these are the country. We should follow them very well.
I agree. Oh my gosh. And because you said that, I went to look at these things, and that was the first thing in my brain was they're doing tests. They're the ones. South Africa is another one. If you go look at the test results on South Africa, if you look at the stats, I watched an interview, a TV media interview over in South Africa, and every person has to be tested. Every person. And they're like going through clinics like you would a fast food chain, right? Just in and out. And I don't know how long it takes for them to get the test results back because they're doing the swab, because it's the cheapest. It's $1 per test that they're doing right now, so, according to my resources. I don't know how true that is. I'm trying to research that. But you're right. It's the testing. Why don't we get that? Why don't we figure that out? And there have been some controversy on there being a lot of counterfeit test kits out there. So you got to be careful. You just can't get any test kit, but don't get your test kit online. Get your test kit from your doctor, right?
Absolutely.
But I agree with you, Mohammed. How can we institutionalize more testing in our countries? What about your country? What about in India?
See, India is a very big populated country, but I will appreciate the Maharashtra government. Maharashtra is one of the state of India where Mumbai is. So they have conducted 20% test of whole India actually.
Wow.
And right now they have approximately 33% cases of total when we compare with the total total patient of India. So why they are having the good number of patient? Because they conducted test. And approximately 75 to 80% the patients are asymptomatic. So through test we can find out those who are asymptomatic also, because right now especially other state of India are not conducting the way the Maharashtra is doing the test. So because on the test basis we can find out the real patient actually, one who is symptomatic and other who is asymptomatic. So when we compare with the percentage, so 75 to 80% are asymptomatic patients right now. This is very, very important. And this is the significance of the testing actually.
So we've got test kits now. I've been doing a lot of research in test kits, and we have test kits that you should get the one that tests the two, whatever. I'll have to share it with you, but they test two different things. And one of them actually will tell you how many, if you test positive, how many days you've had it, which is very important to know. If you've been infected, do you still have it? And if so, how many days have you had it? So I've been very intrigued with the quality, the tests that are coming out.
Which kit is that, Kim? I'm not aware of it. I would love to know the name.
You're not aware of that?
No.
I got it. I have it. I have access to it. It's through one of our vendors that I work with, because I own a labs, right?
Yeah, right.
So we have access to that kit. I can't give you. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. I'm an engineer. Okay. But what I can tell you is that I understand the terminologies, and somebody says, "Oh, I got a ventilator." Now I ask you to PEEP, right? Because you don't want to know what the PEEP is.
If you could tell me the name, then I could search for it and see what it is. That's very interesting. That's something that can tell you how many days you had the virus.
Well, and it's coming. So and I'm not particularly happy about this, but all of these are FDA, EUA approved, which, you understand that means that they're not FDA, they're EUA. That means that they've applied, but because of the emergency situation, they're given user authorization until they pass. But they want as many test kits out there as possible. I don't have the name. We're vendor distributor access where I go, so I don't have a name. I just see kits and pricing and what do you want to test. That's all I see. So but anyway, we have a guest here as well. Mohammed, hold on, don't nobody leave just yet. We got Jim.
Hi Jim, good morning.
Namaste. Where you
Welcome
at?
to
Tim?
IDTV.
Pardon me?
Where you at?
I'm in Menlo Park, California.
Okay. So are you the one who said you liked me until you found out I didn't play chess?
I am that one. I didn't say liked. I said loved. I fell out of love with you.
Well, thank you. But then he fell out of love with me because he found out I didn't play chess.
I'm very fickle.
Well, that, you know what? Stick to your convictions. This is what I tell people. Always stick to your convictions, because then the right things happen, right? So if you're looking for a woman who really plays chess, stick to that, because Sasha found someone who can play him under the table, and he fell in love with her, and they've been together for 30 plus years. So
Yeah, I've been married for going on 28 years, and she does not play chess. I tried to teach her once.
Oh,
Once.
you know, sometimes that's not a good thing, right?
No.
I have issues. In fact, you know, maybe Dr. Art can fix me, but I was conditioned as a youth. My brother would play me, and every time I would win, he would hit me upside the head. So every time I play, my head does this, and I can't focus on the board, and so I don't like chess.
Well, I can understand that.
But I respect the chess community because of Nick Palaveda. I started doing the TV show with him, Money Masters. He brought me on to his show a few years ago, and I noticed a common denominator of all the millionaires and billionaires of the world we were interviewing, which literally we were interviewing all the millionaires and billionaires. And I looked at the common denominator of these guys, and they all played chess.
Uh-huh.
And I thought at first it was because Nick was calling on them.
Yes. He's calling his friends. And,
later, I was actually lining up the guests, right?
Mm-hmm.
They weren't just coming because of Nick, but I was finding out, wow, these guys play chess.
Mm-hmm.
So there's something great about chess and I started getting into it. There's a huge cult there that you guys are really, really committed to each other.
Yes.
A huge respect in the game, which I admire. And I've made good friends from a lot of chess players.
You need to read a book called Chess Players. It's a novel. It's very, very good. You should. There you go.
Okay. So let me share. I want to share with you the chess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me share with you my chess books.
So Jim, when you play chess, it's just like a life lesson as well, because I think you make a lot of moves based on what's happening, and that's what life is all about.
Books.
Yes.
Kids books.
Elliot's a great guy.
Yeah.
Who wrote that one?
But this is
Susan
the
Polgar.
Chess Players is a very old
friend of mine.
Well, she
sorry.
she signed my books for me, and
Chess Players is a very old book. It's a lot of history behind it. A lot of history in it.
And Elliot and I are good friends. We've got a mission together to teach children chess, and so I got my book signed. But
excellent.
He's
doing a great job in the Northwest.
I am best
really
friends with so many chess players that everybody confuses me for a chess player. So I get.
How many of them fell in love with you, though?
I don't know. But they all want to play chess with me, and I'm like, I'm sorry.
Ankit, you were going to ask me a question. I didn't quite.
Go ahead, Ankit. Well, Ankit, what were you going to ask?
Oops.
Ankit, there you go. He keeps beaming out.
Yeah.
What are you going to ask?
So what I was asking is that whenever you play chess, you decide a lot of moves based on what other person is doing. And same goes with the life pattern as well, because you make your move based on what's going on. So how you relate life?
Yes, one of the things that Elliot's excellent at, and I have a lot of experiences, is teaching chess to kids. And some of the life lessons that we teach are to postpone immediate gratification, because when new players start to play, they want to move their queen right away. Mm-hmm. Now, the queen is the most valuable piece. The king is, of course, you cannot play without your king. So that is, in a sense, the most valuable. The queen is the most powerful piece. And so people want to move the queen. But unfortunately, since it's the most powerful, you can't trade it for a less powerful piece. So every time a less powerful piece attacks it, it has to move. So they end up moving their queen again and again and again. And so they don't have success that way. So they know they want to move their queen, but they must prepare to move the queen into the game so that it's protected. And so they learn to postpone immediate gratification, which is a very hard life lesson to learn.
It is.
But chess teaches it immediately.
Yes.
And also to sit still and think. Everyone wants to, especially, nervous kids, they like to keep talking, keep moving. But you cannot play chess well if you're doing that. So you have to sit still and think. And that is a skill that's directly transferable back into the classroom. If they sit still and think at chess, they can sit still and think at math.
Yes.
So some of these problems that seem like, it's too hard, too complicated. Well, if they know they can play chess, they know they can do math. So it's the confidence that we instill with them. And we don't tell them you have to be smart to play chess, because it turns out that isn't true. But they think, without us telling them, they think they must be smart if they can play chess. And that confidence is directly transferable back into the classroom too. So these are things that we teach the kids. And again, Elliot is doing a great job up in the Northwest. And the idea of introducing these into the school systems has led to an explosion of chess strength in younger and younger players. It's incredible to witness. I can remember in the late 80s, early 90s, going into a principal's office and pitching a chess program for free. I would do it for free. And they would just look at me like I had pointy ears or something. And by the mid 90s, they were coming to me. So it was the parents that were the impulse behind that. The parents were saying, hey, these kids are performing better in school when we have a chess program. And so why don't you, Mr. Principal, have a chess program? And then they started coming to us.
So Nick is going to love me for this. All right. So
that'll make two of us.
All right. So here we go. Nick, I don't know if you know Nick Palaveda very well, but he's
not well, but we know each other. Yes.
He's my boss. Anyway, so the way I see things is, for many, many years, we stereotyped you chess guys as the brainiacs. Okay.
Right.
Nothing wrong with that, but you guys were just, and so you had to be smart to play chess.
Yes.
But actually, it was the reverse. If you wanted to be smart, you learn to play chess, because when you learn to play chess, you learn strategic moves, you learn patience, you learn confidence. Okay. Right. So nobody ever told us that. And so, I mean, I had to work all the time. So learning how to play chess just wasn't, you know, I just didn't have time. But
you only had time for so much, right?
Right. But if somebody had taught me and didn't beat me on the head, probably I'd be very, very smart playing chess. But the thing is that we need to reverse it a little bit. And something else a lot of people don't know is a lot of doctors for dyslexia, they're utilizing the game of chess to teach people with dyslexia how to do eye and hand focus and contact.
I think that's wonderful to hear. And
a lot of reasons to teach it. And one more thing I want to add. We emphasize so much sports and athletes, which is great, healthy, but not every child is going to make it onto every sports team. But every child can play chess.
Yes.
In the classroom, I think, 30 minutes a day, have a chess game going. Win or lose or draw, have a chess game going.
One of my favorite events that I ever helped organize and put on and sponsor was the, you know what FIDE is, right? The FIDE is the world governing body of chess. And so they have a series of championships. And one of the championships that we were involved in was the junior championship for players with disabilities. And I walked into that room the first time, and I was supposed to give lessons and that kind of thing. But the main thing I could take away from that was that anybody can play chess. It doesn't matter if you can't move the pieces, if you need your mom to help you move the pieces. It doesn't matter. As far as everybody is equal.
Right here, chess. Everybody up here.
Right.
But even the football players can play, the baseball players, the basketball
They're great
players,
athletes that play chess.
Well, I mean, Russell Wilson is one. Oh my gosh, one of the world's
Klay
most
Thompson.
famous. Yeah.
Klay Thompson for the Warriors.
Herschel Walker.
team. Yeah.
Herschel Walker.
Yeah.
Tommy Harris.
And a lot of them
Harris.
use it to get one-upmanship on each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're bigger than me, but I can beat you at chess.
I can play chess. And that's what I try to tell people. You it's a game that teaches you some really good life skills.
Yes.
And
Well, Kim, I want to hijack you for a couple of minutes and
okay.
take you back to the immunity, how to build immunity.
Okay.
I started telling you a story back in '97. I had to go to India for about a year. There was a project that we wanted to do. We wanted to develop a manufacturing place where we could develop a pharmaceutical. That pharmaceutical was a 30-year-old drug that Ciba-Geigy shelved, and they couldn't market it. So they were selling it at $200,000 a kilogram. So I first went to London and hired a chemist, and we developed a process that we could make it for $12,000 a kilogram. So we wanted to go to India and manufacture it. Unfortunately, the area where we were working, that was very polluted, and I developed contact dermatitis to one of the chemicals that's used in the process. Every time I go to that area, I would flare up. My body would swell up, my face will swell up, and I would have fluid coming out of my skin. So I come back to clinic, and a friend of mine who's a urologist, he runs the hospital there at a clinic, he's a surgeon. He will put me on steroids, and then one day we were sitting drinking, he said, Babir, listen, you remember when you were growing up in India, your mother used to give you a yucky spoon of thing called Chyawanprash. I said, yes. You know what's the active component in it? I said, yes, I remember. It's ashwagandha and amla. So he said, well, find some good ashwagandha and amla and try it. So I went around to the herbalist there and found some. And I started using it. The whole thing went away within 2 months.
Wow.
What I learned from that was, I read a lot of it about it, especially ashwagandha. I learned one thing, that this is the strongest herb available to get your immune system in place, no matter what you've done to it for years and years. Now, and I developed a very strong theory about it, that if ashwagandha did not exist in India, India's population would be less than America. Why? Because there's so much pollution, people would die of pollution, and this is what's protecting them.
Well, there's no more pollution in India now, is there, Ankit? That's the glory of COVID right now, right? Is that
so use amla and ashwagandha. Your immune system will be perfect.
Is that kind of like in my big fat Greek wedding, you use Windex for everything? Alexander, we can even spray it in our mouth now, according to our president. So.
Okay, sure. You guys can do that. I'm fine.
she has the thought process working. Yes, she can think on it for herself.
We're going to spray people with bug off.
All right, I need to go. I will catch you.
Bill,
later.
we're going to catch you again. I'll be in touch. God love you. Bless you. We love you. Thank you, Bill.
Bye.
Bill, not the science guy. That's what I'm calling Bill, not the science guy. Remember He forgot to say. He forgot to sign off. And
he just left the room.
Oh, well. There you go.
We have that happen every once in a while.
Yeah, sure.
Here we go. Here we go. Love Bill. Love Bill. He's got such a good disposition in life. Everything about him is happy.
And Bill was mentioning about the Chyawanprash, and this is the same. I've showed you a couple of weeks ago. If you remember, the Chyawanprash, the immunity booster we used to take in India, from past thousands of years ago, and it contains ashwagandha, which is also a kind of a ginseng, basically from a ginseng plant, and then it's like a gooseberry, what we have already discussed, and mixture of a lot of other herbs. and it's black in color. And then if you take 1 spoon with milk, or maybe without milk, or maybe with just like that, and it's good to go. I mean, you don't need
So
anything
if it's
else.
black in color, you can tell Alexandria and I it's dark chocolate.
I can show you. I
Very
can
healthy.
show you in a spoon right now if you want
There
to
you go.
see. I can show you in a spoon right now.
Okay.
Okay.
I just
So
you know,
what's the
when I
substance
was-
called? What do you take the spoonful of? What is it
I'll
again?
just do it.
he's going to show it to us. He's going to
Oh,
show
okay.
it.
Thank you. Because
But
I was going
Jim,
to write it
give me-
down, but
So, so your life is in chess. You how do you know? So Nick told me, that chess players, they just don't make money.
no.
You love what you do, but you're making money. You're making a business out of this. You love what you do, and you got this successful business going. What are the key elements to making you successful?
Well, it was a lot of doing the wrong things for a long time that I gradually found what was right for me to do. And so I was on the executive board of the United States Chess Federation, which was the national governing body for the United States. I was on the board of the FIDE executive board, and they are the world governing body. And so I was doing a lot of things thinking that I was going to make it better for grandmasters. Because when you say you can't make money, well, Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, makes money.
Yeah.
And there's the top 10, but it's like playing professional football.
Okay. How bad does it taste?
No, it's a good taste. I mean, it's not a bad taste. It's fine. I mean, if you just try it out. So
Okay, I got
Watch his
GIN.
face. Ew. Ew.
I put it in the
Oh, it's
smoothie.
just like it's like mushy. It's not. I thought it was like a liquid. It's like
I
a.
did too. I thought it was going to be like honey.
it's not liquid. No, it's not liquid. It's like it's like maybe if you grind the chocolate.
Yeah.
It's like that, but it tastes like pickle. If you have pickle kind of a thing, basically. So it's pickle, kind of a pickle taste, basically, and it's good with sugar, salt, and everything sorted. And
Put it in the smoothie.
1 spoon a day is good for a lot of years. I mean, so it has
Excellent.
all the immunity, and we are taking it from past thousands of years, and it contains silver and gold as well.
Oh.
It contains
Oh,
some
wow.
amount of silver and gold as well.
So, one thing I like is that Ankit's been to the USA enough and he's eaten our food. So when he describes something to me, I can kind of get an idea of what it really is. He explains it. This tastes like a pickle, or this tastes like chocolate.
Yeah.
But thank you. Yeah. So okay. So how do I order that? You're gonna have to share
So, I'll
with
tell you, so in India, there are thousands of companies doing these kind of Chyawanprash since so many years. So, I mean, there are a lot of brands available, but there are a couple of brands which are good, and those brands are not in the commercial market. They supply based on the requirement. And you know how, I mean, I don't have to describe that how commercial market is different from the natural market. You know about it. So it's like that, basically.
Okay. So
But if you
we'll
want-
have to get the
if you
dollar
want-
store. We'll have to get the dollar store to sell it.
I was just gonna say that. Get the dollar store there.
High five. High five.
So I think Alexandra is
Costco.
starting his business venture and soon coming up with different ventures on apart from the music thing. She will be a good businesswoman as well.
Oh, she already is. She's got business down. There's no doubt in my mind that she's not just probably going to be one of the biggest rising music stars in the world. She is going to own it. She's going to be like the Oprah of the music industry.
Thank you.
My daughter told me. My daughter said that she wants to perform on Typical Girl with Alexandra. I said maybe sometime.
Oh, that'd be so cute.
So, and we had a wonderful time with Isabella today, even though all of the kids could not show up. I don't know if you were understanding. We were having some serious technical problems this morning, and every invite that we sent was going nowhere. It was like
But,
nobody could
you
get
know,
logged in.
So Alexandra is a part of that problem. We also had one problem on our live show. I have to discuss things with Alexandra what happened, but that happens with live show. I mean, it's fine. I mean,
Don't show me up.
Don't worry. Love your outfit, Alexandra.
Thank you.
Love it. Oh my gosh.
Thank
I'm just
you.
so like every time I see her, I'm like, where does she buy her clothes? We're gonna go
Angela, I love your shirt.
together.
I'll tell you a secret, Kim. This is from the kids department in Zara.
Well,
The
you're
kids
tiny enough to
department.
do that.
I
I
get the 15-year-old
ago. I bought all my kids from the juniors department 10 years ago. I don't know what happened after that. But life catches up with you after 50. So,
Right.
although your mom is tiny and beautiful. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, I
So it's a very well created family in South Africa, and I think everyone is as good as the other person, and everyone has the persona and the talent. And I think I don't know what to say, but it's one of the best I've seen so far. Everyone has the talent, and everyone is doing the best. And I think Alexandra's mother, she's good with creative. I asked her how she's doing and all those things. I think it's one of the. I don't know how they're planning their shows, but it's one of the best shows I've seen so far. And the song Alex did, "Typical Girl," it's in my mind. I don't know.
A typical girl is in my brain all day long now.
I'm so glad.
And we're just like, and we play it a lot. And every time you send us a new one where you've got your new guest showing up, we play it as much as we can. And I'm actually been sending out little clips via my promotional, like, private messaging and stuff. But it's a great way to spend a Sunday afternoon. Don't be down and blue because you got to stay home. Oh my gosh. Down home music and conversations, cafe style, and bring your date, bring your beloved wife and sit down. And I don't know if you drink wine, but have a glass of wine or a glass of beer or scotch or whatever, or tea. And
coffee, tea,
milk, chocolate, and
chocolate's good.
Tea or music.
And but the thing is, it's the music. Yeah. A spoonful of pickle. That's the medicine go down. You know the song I'm singing.
Yeah.
Whoa, time out, Kim. No singing, Kim.
I'm not. Let's see Alexandra's teaser for today's show. Let's see how.
I ain't no typical girl. I ain't no typical girl. I ain't cheerleading while the boys play ball. I ain't no typical girl. No. I wanna be right there in the middle of it all.
We just having fun. I had so much fun last week that when the show was over, I did not realize how long it went.
I know. It was crazy. I think we went over like an hour.
I was so into it, and you're like, "Can it go on longer?" And I go, "What? It's over?" Like, and we were just, I would beam in and out. I'm not going to do that today. I am helping backstage. We've got a new director that I'm training, but I was having so much fun, and it's just, and everybody, you were getting so many highs and text messages.
I know. The live stream, the comments were crazy. Like, I didn't know how often I could say, "Oh, hi, we got somebody new. Oh, hi, we got somebody new." Hold on, what you're saying. Hi.
And you don't want to forget somebody, right? Because you want them to come back. So you're just like,
make them all feel loved.
Walter Football's like that too when he's doing his live shows, and he's getting a lot of hits, and he tries to say, but he's got to get his work done too, like what he does in analytics on the show and football, fantasy football, and he has a hard time that way too. He's like, I just can't say hi to everybody.
It's really kind how people have been like sort of getting involved, and especially here in South Africa, because I obviously live here, my network is here. People are really like, they're loving the opportunity of this platform. And then of course people in the States, and the amount of comments we're getting from all over the world is ridiculous. And last week's show was so jam-packed with music and info and comments and everything. We didn't have enough time to get through it all. I know we had a rock star. I mean, we had legends. And this week, Kim, I'm not gonna lie to you. This week, it is seriously, I don't know if I'm gonna have enough time to get through everything, because the 3 people that we have on, their CVs are as long as both my arms. I'm not lying to you. They've all been in the industry since they were like 2.5 years old, you know.
Like
yeah. Yeah. So we all literally have, like, we've got CVs beyond, and we've got musicals to go through. I mean, we've got somebody who's got his own academy, who's been training young talent in South Africa, taking them overseas. And just like the incredible things these people are doing to give South Africans a platform. And then, of course, showcasing the South African name all over the world. I can't wait to dive into it.
It's in India, it's in China, it's in Hong Kong. We got people from everywhere, not just Africa, not just the US. I mean, and maybe we can get Jim to join us.
I got a lot of messages from Nigeria, from Uganda, from countries, and because they're in touch with me on WhatsApp and on Facebook, and they said that they know Alexandra. I mean, they know the song, but they have seen her live on IBM TV recorded shows, and she was too good. And she wants to be a part of the show, but the problem is that a lot of Africa, they don't have the bandwidth to join. So that's why they are not able to join our show. But
they'll play it later. We are you can get it later. It's a video on demand. So we're just not live stream. It's just fun live stream. But you can watch it later. You don't, I mean, if you're at work, you just want to enjoy some really down-home, good entertainment when you get home. It's video on demand. Just so, Alexandra knows this, but, Ankit's got 1.2 billion friends. I kid you not. And that's just in India. And then you got to count the 300,000 he knows in the rest of the world. So,
and keep on adding that number.
I do, don't I? Well, because I keep getting more people who know you. It's kind of funny when you get hit with, how do you know Ankit? Or how do you know Dr. Tula? Well, I know Dr. Tula because of Ankit. Well, okay. So I want to add something that somebody said something about keep our cool. Dr. Tula kind of told us that. Cool. Yeah, put the ice on your head, Kim.
Put the ice pack on your head.
Put the ice pack on your head. Keep your cool through all of this. People, calm down. Something else we're learning is, I think, because people go through 5 stages of grief when there's a trauma, and I think social media right now could be a little bit dangerous because we're in our 5th to 6th week for some people in shutdown. We're kind of going through that hate and anger and lashing out right now. And now's the time to be. This is my cup. Drink up.
Positive thinking.
And I live by that. We know that I don't own that, although I own the hashtag. And this is our Money Masters TV show where we inspire financial literacy. But I just think we need to be positive right now. We really need to home in on all the, and as much as, when you start getting into depression, you don't want to do that. But you just do it. Just make the turn to the light side. Stay away from the dark side, right? And
Kimberly, I have noticed that the majority of people are actually being unified by this experience. I no longer feel secure. I think I've got to blame somebody. And they're the loudest on social media. And so there's a lot of people that are really you don't see that, you don't hear that as much.
Well, sometimes though, again, you have to remember the 5 stages of grieving. And if people know them, they get through them a little bit faster. But anger, blame, all of that's part of that 5 stages. And this is what I tell people, no ifs, ands, or buts. When anything happens in a human nature being a solution, why am I whining? So you got to understand them. But a lot of people don't. A lot of people have never been through psychologists, psychiatrists. You got to know them, read the books about it. The first thing, years ago, I was laid off, many, many years ago, back in 1989. And I was 2 weeks before I was fully vested. Oh my God, you want to talk about wanting to go postal on somebody. And I didn't understand it, but they said, you know what, we have these great outplacement programs. So I took advantage of every one of them. And that's where I learned about the 5 phases of grieving, right? And I went through every one of them. Everything that they told me, I did. And then anytime anything happened, I realized I go through those. We're all human. Right. So what I try to do is I say, okay.
A lot of things. and keep sharing the thoughts and keep sharing the learnings.
Communicate.
And also, communication and these kind of things like that.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're constantly dealing with that in this world. We all are. We're all being criticized half the time that you need help on, right? But the problem is we're not all built to just suck it up and carry on. Like I was having a heart attack. It's scary. Anyone's had a panic attack, suffers with anxiety. I don't. This is my job. I should just be able to get up and do my job. Why can't I just do my job? So it's a terrible mindset. Why can't I just do it? And I eventually with my heart, and they told me, go see a CBT, a clinical behavioral therapist. And that was like the beginning. And I promise you, I went to see her, I went to see Dr. Tricks maybe like once a week for a couple of months, went away for the Christmas break, came home. You're going to fix me. How am I going to fix myself? I said, when you know, you'll know. You're gonna cross all the steps, and it's just going to happen. And I sat in that last meeting with her, and I just sort of was laughing about stuff that had really like hurt me, stuff that I had carried with me for years. That I was laughing about this stuff. And she then said to me, okay, what else do you want to talk about? And I said, I got nothing. That's it. I'm done. I'm good. Okay, cool. Go forth. Go on. And
you're blessed. Call me when you need me. That's what they do. Call me when you need me.
Call me when you need me. And I was supposed to see her before I went to Nashville, but then the lockdown thing happened in South Africa, which of course postponed my trip. But I feel that if you need help, you should not just block yourself off for that. Especially during a time like this, like you were saying, Jim, we're suddenly being brought together. There's suddenly a global thing that is bringing us together for the first time in my generation. That's for sure. The first time in my generation. The last time might have been World War II. I don't know. But for the first time in my generation, we've been brought together by the same thing. We're all suffering. We're all equal. Nobody can beat this. Nobody is better in this. We're all equal in this. And the best thing to do is to turn to people that you trust with your heart and open yourself up to help and
well,
She's
so
not old enough to go in a bar.
I had a really bad day in Nashville, and my business wasn't doing good. And I said, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go tour Nashville on a tour bus. I've never done that before, but I'm going to do it.
Yeah,
so
cool.
the tour bus took me to Bobby Idol's Hour, which is the world's famous country bar for all musicians. All musicians got their start there, right? All musicians in the country industry going up this little place, still stay there. And I'm going to.
If you're a normal person, you would not walk in there. Like if you were like the same person, you would not go there.
But the thing is that the bus driver pulls up and he goes, "This is a famous bar." Nobody got off the bus. Big him. And I went around and I looked at everybody on the bus. I said, "No one's getting off to go into," and they're like, "I'm not missing this." So I go in. I mean, I had the time of my life because I got to go to an Elvis wedding because there was a couple in there. They were getting married in Elvis, and they needed a witness. So I got to. But this little munchkin walks in, just tiny, cute little thing. And I'm talking to Jim, and Jim and I just met. And she walks in, and she just walks up to him. But Jim and I were like best friends from the minute we met. I don't understand it, but it was like we've known each other our whole life. And she walks in, and she goes, "Can I borrow your guitar? Yeah. Do you mind if I take the stage?" Now, let me explain to you about Bobby's Idol Hour. They're pretty open. But you normally have to have an invitation. You have to have a registration. Literally, you have to have your name on the bill to get on.
There's a process, yes.
Yeah. There is a process. They go, yeah, not her. So Jim says here. It probably said here doll. That's Jim. Here doll.
Yeah, here doll.
And she gets up there. She didn't need a mic. And she's just started. See, I got this song for you folks. I just wrote this. I want you to hear it. I got it on video. And and she just belted out, and I'm nudging him like this. Grab her. Star. Don't let her go anywhere. She's a star. So they invited her to the writers' round that night, which they invited me, which they had no idea. I can't sing a note.
But you came anyway, and you contributed.
I did. I wrote a song.
I can lip sync, so
You are
In
welcome.
the shower.
Please come.
I sing in the shower great.
Oh,
But
yeah.
she showed up.
Good
I
acoustics.
showed up. But and I ended up doing one song I recorded in Nashville. It's airing now. Nick thinks it's great that I actually got on stage and sang something because I sang it live for a couple weeks in Nashville.
Wow.
Yeah, that was
I'm very
I
impressed.
had that experience and I wanted it. I wanted that experience for two reasons. One, I wanted to know I could get up and do it.
Yeah.
And two, I wanted to feel what it was like to get that feedback that Alexandra shares. That was before you shared it. But that was something I wanted to know. Could you really feel that? Because on TV, we don't get that, right?
Yeah.
We get it when the ratings come in.
Yeah.
But and that could be months, right? If you're waiting for some of the rating reports. And
Well, it's a lot faster in chess. I tell you, you win or lose. And when you lose, there's a lot of disapproval. And you also go through the 5 stages of grief.
Real fast.
Real fast. You're angry at your opponent. You blame the air conditioning. It was too low or too high. And then you accept the fact that you lost. And the hard part for me is when you get to acceptance, which is not that much of a stretch for me, but then you can. How can I get into compassion? How can I feel? Oh yeah, my opponent wasn't a mean guy who beat me because he's someone that's just wrong in every way imaginable. No, this is just another chess player, and maybe next time I'll beat him. And I made a friend every tournament that I played in because we're all chess players.
I love that.
We'll all win, we'll all lose, we'll draw some games, but you could always in between rounds go out for lunch together. And you find out there's a lot more in common than there is difference. And
I just saw this little energy. I never knew that we would be in business together, but I kept telling myself that she's just got so much beauty and brightness. And every time you posted something, and wow, she is just really going after it. And I'm so thrilled that we stayed connected, not just because of this, but I just find your energy and your beauty just inspiring. And
the positive thinking.
And every time she
She's
sings.
a typical girl.
A typical girl. So before we go, I have to do the Family Shepherd promo, folks. They sponsor us. They're our only sponsor. They donate 50% of whatever's ordered. It is the Family Dollar Store online. It's called Shepherd Family Store. If you need anything from the dollar store, you can get it online and it's delivered to your house unless you live in Lynn's location because they don't.
Or where I am.
Yeah, or where you are. They don't deliver to the house. It's probably the postmaster. Yeah, Alexander. So, but folks, they've got CBD, they've got medications, they've got toothpaste, deodorant, soap, sometimes toilet paper. You just got to get there on time. They got Minion napkins. They got facial masks that normally cost $60 online for $2. This is the dollar store. They've got the things that you need to clean your house with. They got gloves. They got masks. So again, what you do is you go to our website, ibm.tv. And I'll pull it up here real quick just so that you can see how easy this is. Watch this, folks. It is this easy. And again, they like our mission because Nick and I started out as trying, financial literacy. That's our goal. And so it's this easy. All you do is hit that big green button. See that big green button?
That's awesome.
We make it that easy. You click that button on so ibm.tv. How hard is that? www.ibm.tv. You hit the big green button. But what's great is if you spend $25 worth of shopping, they deliver for free. And I think they start giving you dollar bonus points for registering, and you get these dollar bonus points to come back and shop again. So really good quality stuff like you would get at the dollar store, but you don't have to drive to the dollar store, and it's right here.
Yeah, awesome.
And that's what
I think. And also, Kim, I think it's good to save some dollars on dollar store as well because if you buy from anywhere else, you don't get a good deal. But if you buy from dollar store, you'll save a lot of dollars. and that's very important in this pandemic, to save your dollars and to keep that saving at a reserve and then use it for somewhere else.
Auntie, you really need to get them to stock that ginseng thing, that the spoonful of the dark chocolate pickle.
Start selling that. That's right. We need to start selling that. But they have all kinds of things. They have skincare, hand wash, which is very, very important. But it changes weekly, just like your dollar store probably changes. But but again, just keep shopping there. This is what I tell people. Again, like Nan Kent said, it's saving money, but you're also not traveling there. They got men's razors. They got hair color. We were talking about, what do you do? They got hair color for $2. It might not be your favorite hair color, but they got it. Shampoo, toothbrushes. Hi, Nick. Nick's watching. When they say your parents can always see you? Well, Nick's not my parent. He's my boss.
I think he's our boss.
I'm under the magnifying glass.
He's our boss.
He's our boss. But I'm under the magnifying glass.
Yeah.
So I guess it's going to be time to say goodbye because I got to go help Alexandra with her TV show.
Okay.
And please join us and come back again, especially when, because Nick, I know, would like to talk to you, maybe play a chess game with you. We'll get you on and play Chess Stars.
Always a chessboard around me.
Do you know Sasha?
Sasha,
You don't know
no.
Sasha? We got a whole different group of chess players. So we'll get you. We'll just have one big tournament one weekend. But anyway,
I would like to teach you how to play chess.
They all say that. I got one. So I got a board just like that with all the NFL players signing it. It's really
cool. Yeah.
So anyway.
Okay, you one up me.
Alexandra, but I want all the chess players to sign it next time. Alexandra, what's up?
Yeah, so thank you for joining us. And before we leave, I'll just play the message. And,
fell in love with you again.
Aww.
कोरोना वायरस से कैसे बचेंगे? ओके, हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे, अछू अछू, और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
I know.
So cute. Why?
I know. She's going to run this company before it's over with. So,
So thank you for watching us and thank you for joining us. And after this show, we have Spectacular Alexandra show coming up at 3 p.m. EST. So do watch us, do join us again at a music cafe, and we'll see you tomorrow. Stay blessed, stay calm, and stay at home. Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care.